Councilor Matlow's here. Okay, we can start. Let me know when I'm... Okay, good morning. My name is Councilor Chris Moyes. I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 31 to order. Again, welcome to everybody that's in the room and online, and of course to our amazing staff. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room Number 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continue acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reproductive justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origin and descent. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are present in the room and wish to register to speak on an item, please come up to the glass partition located on my right-hand side, and a member of the clerk's staff will come to you. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need to help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand to unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Seeing none. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our regular meeting on February 19, 2026, and the special meeting on February 27, 2026. Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda rundown, may I have a motion to add business item T31.64 to T31.69? Councilor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I also have a motion here. Again, this is the first day of Passover, and we do have a deadline as a result of that. And we do have 56 speakers on the list for today. So for that reason, for those reasons, I'm going to limit speaking time to 3 minutes and close the speakers list at 10 a.m. I will move that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so items T31.1 to T31.16 and T31.28 to T31.30 are timed, so we will begin the run-through on items T31.17. Okay. T31.17, 19 to 37 Queens Quay East, Pier 27 Phase 3, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Deputy Mayor Malik. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations that staff outlined by staff. This development application on our waterfront is not supportable.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.18, 353 and 355 Adelaide Street West, 46 Charlotte Street and 16 Oxley Street, community benefits charge in kind contribution. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.19, 333 College Street and 303 Augusta Avenue, community benefits charge in kind offered. Councillor Sachs.
May I move the staff recommendations?
Favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.20 has speakers on the item, so I'll hold it down. T 31.21, Hoverlink Terminal Proposal Update. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to hold this item, please.
Okay. T 31.22, 55 Lakeshore Boulevard East, alterations to a designated heritage property and authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. Deputy Mayor Malik. Husband. Item 22.
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation. Oh, actually, can I hold this as well?
Okay.
Sorry.
She's going to hold it. Item 22. Item 23 has.
I want to speak to it.
Okay. Item 23 has speakers, so we'll go to item 24. T 31.24, 9 Drum Snab Road, alterations to a designated heritage property in the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. Refusal. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I'm going to send it to council without recommendations. The staff are still working with the applicant.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.25, 8 Prince Arthur Avenue, alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act for approval. Councillor Sachs.
Move the staff recommendations.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.26, 699 and 707 Yonge Street, alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Refusal. Councillor Sachs.
Moving the staff recommendations.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.27, 171 East Liberty Street, inclusion on the Heritage Registry. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.31, 114 Ossington Avenue, encroachment appeal. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.32, 666 Spadina Avenue, encroachment appeal, walkway, platform, and bollard. Councillor Sachs.
On number 32, moving refusal of the application.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry.
You're amending the item, so we just.
For 32, we're displaying the, is that amendment or is that staff's recs? What is it?
No.
It's an amendment.
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 Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 33 has speakers on it, so we'll move on to item 34. T 31.34, changes to business improvement area, Board of Management. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I'll move approval.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.35, Quayside Infrastructure and Public Realm Project. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.36, Yorkville Avenue and Cumberland Street. 33 Yorkville Avenue and 50 Cumberland Street, construction staging area, time expansion. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.37, 289 to 299 Balliol Street, construction staging area. Councillor Madler.
I'll move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.38, 49 Ontario Street, Phase 1, construction staging area. I'm going to move an amendment to that. Once it's displayed. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.39, 53 to 55 Yonge Street construction staging area time extension. I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.40, temporary street closures of Brimner Boulevard for the Toronto Maple Leafs and Toronto Raptors 2026 playoff season. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. I'm going to hold item 41, the Market Street temporary closures. I want to speak to this item. T 31.42, Charles Street West, two-way operations. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.48, Ontario Place event, RBC. Sorry, what did I say?
48.
Oh, 43. T 31.43, Ontario Place event, RBC Amphitheater, formerly Budweiser Stage, traffic management strategy. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I believe I have a motion, it might have been submitted, but I'll hold the item for now. Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold this item down. T 31.44, traffic management in Ward 14 related to King Street. Councilor Fletcher's not here yet, so I'm going to hold her item until she gets here. Item 45 is Councilor Fletcher's. I'll hold it down for her. Is Councilor Bravo online? Yeah, item 46 is Councilor Bravo's. I will hold it down for her. I was just trying to log in earlier. I had some issues. T 31.47, safety improvements on Davenport Road, Cottingham Road, Poplar Plains Road, and McPherson Avenue. Councilor Madlow,
I have a deferral motion.
you have a motion?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. As amended?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, that's it.
referring.
Okay, that's carried. Okay. T 31.48, accessible parking spaces, April 2026. Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.49, accessible parking spaces, April 2026. Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.50, that's Councillor Bravo. So I will hold that for her. T 31.51, Bayview Avenue parking amendments. I'm going to move his staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.52, Councillor Bradford will be here later on, so I'm going to hold this item for him as well. We're all multitasking here today. T 31.53, I'm going to hold this item. T 31.54, Lakeshore Boulevard East, mid-block pedestrian and cyclist traffic control signal and public realm improvement. Deputy
To
Mayor-
hold this item?
Huh?
Like to hold it?
You want to hold it? Okay. T 31.55, Bay Street and Edward Street traffic control signals. Councilor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.56, mid-block pedestrian traffic control signals, Jarvis Street between Carlton Street and Maitland Street, Maitland Place. I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.57, Labatt Avenue pedestrian way designation and streetscape improvements. I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.58, Dockside Drive and Knapp Lane always stop control. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to refer this to the May 28th meeting of TYCC.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 31.59, Gamble Avenue traffic calming speed humps. That's Council Fletcher. I will hold that for her. Item 60, I'm going to hold. That's my item. I want to speak to it. T 31.61, exclusion of Lord Dufferin from on-street residential permit parking. Councilor Bravo.
That's her letter.
Okay, I'll just move Councilor Bravo's recommendations then. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Sorry.
Same with 62.
Okay, T 31.62, reopening and amending item T 24.61, Brock Avenue parking amendments. I move to reopen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And move the staff. I'm going to move the staff's recs in this item. All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 31.63, Oslington Street parking and traffic review. Councilor Sachs.
I move the recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. All right, and that's the run through. Let's add the new business. Those are council, okay. Davies Avenue and Carroll Street.
What's the display then?
Okay, we're going to resume. T 31.64, establishing a commercial loading zone on Salem Avenue. That's Councilor Bravo.
Yeah, it's her regs.
Okay, I'm going to move her staff's recs. All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 31.65, reopening and amending T 25.42, accessible parking and spaces. I'm going to move to reopen, and I'm going to move staff's recs on that item. All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 31.66, Murridge Village parking and traffic amendment. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I move the staff recommendations. This is to implement the site plan.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Where am I?
You're at 60.
T 31.67, Rivers Village traffic amendment, non-delegated. Councilor Sachs.
Moving the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 31.68, plan for Joe Pantaloni Lane.
Moving the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 31.69, Price Street loading zone. Councilor Sachs.
Moving the recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, that's everything.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to add new business. So the first one is by Councilor Fletcher, but I'll move it on her behalf. Davies Avenue and Carroll Street parking amendments. All those in favor of adding this item to
This one's
agenda?
just going to display it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We're just displaying it.
We're display it, okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And there's another one by Councilor Matlow. Camberwell Road parking and traffic amendments. You want to move that item?
Yes, please.
Okay, add the agenda. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, those two, right?
For now, yes.
For now, okay. Always for now. Okay, we'll go back to item number 1, which is a 9:30 timed item. T31.1, renaming of Chestnut Street extending between Edward Street and Elm Street. And there's no speakers on this item. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I'm moving the staff recommendations. This is to rename a walkway just north of here for Heather McGregor, who led the YMCA for more than 30 years and was hugely influential in improving the lot of women in this city.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T31.2, 3286, 3290, 3296, 3298, 3300, 3308, and 33A16, Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment. And there are speakers on this item. Alex Savaniu. Okay. 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Community Council members. My name is Alex Savaniu. I'm a senior associate and planner with Bellsfields, an agent for the rezoning and the rental housing demolition application, which is the next item on the agenda. I will keep my comments brief. Just wanted to thank staff, our planner Kashmita Arora, and Councillor Perks and his office for their work over the past year and a half on this file. We've worked in collaboration with the city, community members, and existing tenants to deliver this mixed-use, mid-rise rental housing project, and have responded to comments from the parties throughout the process. I've read both staff reports and have no issues with the recommendations. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Michael Mueller? Michael Mueller? Is he online? No?
Oh, hi. This is Michael Mueller. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. It's Michael Mueller from 206 St. John's Road. I just wanted to, I like the development. I just think it's too tall at 11 stories. And I just wanted to say it would be a lot better at 7 stories. I just want to go on record to say that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, and seeing no other speakers on this item, Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T31.3, 3286 to 3316 Dundas Street West, rental housing demolition application. There are speakers on this item, or one speaker. Alex Savaniu. He doesn't want to speak. Okay, wonderful.
Move the staff recommendations.
Tabling staff's recs. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T31.4, 3459, and 3461 Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment. We have speakers on this item. Adam Layton, are you here? Okay, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Adam Layton. I'm Associate Principal with Goldberg Group. We're the land use planning consultants on behalf of the owner of this site. We have provided a slide deck, which I'm happy to run through briefly, but given the positive recommendations of staff, I'm happy to forego. I do know there is a number of correspondence received. I haven't had the opportunity to review, but happy to answer any questions following the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Renee Prolux, are you here? Prolux. Pro. Okay, thanks. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Forgive me for any.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I am a homeowner on Willard Avenue, very, very close to where the development is having a wife, I have a toddler, and we are planning to continue to grow our family. This particular pocket where this development is very close-knit community. Really long time. There's an elementary school, a couple blocks down the street where all wanting to go. It's a very family-friendly residential pocket, and in our opinion, a space for make money and disrupt our small community. Here are some reasons why I believe that this development will disrupt our community. First and foremost, the environmental factor. This is being developed immediately adjacent. It's also being developed on top of a current factors that meet those third party and you feel like us that's coming. I have a few neighbors that will be lives immediately. A second way that this will disrupt our is the parking. This is a 45 dwelling capacity for pocket at 8 o'clock. Not have parking allocated wide enough or just simply no. Currently, cars parking in this so at a very minimum, I would request that.
Okay, just 1 second, we have to stop, we're having issue with the mic.
Sorry, we're having issue with your mic.
The mic.
Can you just hold for a second? We could hear you, we're just not
Maybe
hearing
try
it.
a different mic? Yeah, we're just, the mic is not picking up on the thing. See if that works. Can you give that a try? Sorry.
We could hear you in the room, but not on YouTube.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
On YouTube too.
Yes.
Yes.
Is the green light on?
The green light is on.
Okay, is that working?
She's just checking, just
No?
1 second. Just 1 second, until she's checking right now. Just letting know where to go. YouTube is not picking. Oh, AV, can you check into it, please? Thank you.
I'll give you an extra minute.
Try
Just
speaking.
bear with
Can
us.
you do- So is it just her mic or all mics?
Renee, do you mind just speaking to the mic for a second?
What did you have?
Oh, it was on before. Oh,
Can you?
now I feel louder now. That sounds like it's working. Okay.
All right, so you could, I'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't remember where I was. I was talking about parking, but someone let me know that the parking, there will be no allocated spots for that building. I think just overall, the environmental issue is probably the first and foremost concern that I have for myself and for the other residents close by. We would just like to have more information about whether that the proper testing has been done. I mean, I would be advocating for this building not to be built at all, in honesty. The last part of how I believe this will disrupt our community is just the development itself and the lack of sunlight. This is being built directly behind residents' backyard. It's directly abutting families who want to enjoy their backyard and kids who want to be playing on the street. While this is happening, I'm sure they'd be concerned about the toxicity of the dust and debris. Maybe they won't even be outside at all. If not, certainly won't be able to enjoy their neighborhood streets and their backyards, while also having sort of a fishbowl condo peering down at them and also invading their privacy. So I guess all in all, I'm just hoping that this development isn't here to disrupt our community and just make money. We'd like to continue to enjoy our community and not have this development disrupt our community.
Thank you.
That is all. Thank you so much.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Renee.
Hi.
Just a couple things.
Sure.
So I know Councillor Sachs may have mentioned this to you, but does it give you any comfort that one of the conditions here is that nobody who moves into this building can get an on-street permit? So.
Yes, it does. Thank you. It does give me some comfort. However, I feel that it is irresponsible to believe that 45 units are going to be sold without residents with no cars.
Nevertheless.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's realistic to believe that 45 owners are going to not have cars, especially the poor public transportation in that area as well.
Okay,
Yeah, but thank you.
Yeah, and it's also in Ontario law, if you're converting a property from a commercial use to a residential use, the Ontario government requires something called a record of site condition, which goes and looks at contamination and all of that. If they don't get that, they can't build. Does that give you comfort?
And has that happened?
We're just double checking whether that happened. But the point is they won't be able to build if they don't get it.
I see.
Okay.
And is that
Does that help you?
third party? Like who does those testing?
So a licensed professional engineer has to sign off that work has been done to the satisfaction of the Ministry of Environment, and the City of Toronto Planning Department and Buildings Department make sure that the province has given them that document before they can build.
And is that person hired by the city or by the developer?
Councillor.
They're hired by, I know, we're just trying to clear things up a bit. These are my questions. Did you know that I was about to tell you something? So yes, it's hired by the developer, but it has to be the satisfaction of professional staff, both at the province of Ontario, who review that against the contamination standards for residential properties, and also the City of Toronto staff double check to make sure all of that's been done correctly.
I see.
Okay.
Great.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Next up is Joanne Kramer. Are you here? Online. Okay. Joanne, can you hear me? Here we go. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Unmuted. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I may have a bit of a unique perspective in that for the past 8 years, I've done neighborhood cleanup on Dundas West and Jane and learned many interesting things. One of them I've learned about is that few people walk on Dundas Street West, that there are big empty areas, big parking lots, that Dundas West is oriented to people driving vehicles. For example, unusual, 2 gas stations opposite each other on Dundas West. Many automotive repair businesses, small businesses making money, including 3459 Dundas West. A rental car place, a car wash, 4 drive-in fast food places, easy drive-in to 1 large Shoppers Drug Mart, and 2 brand new large 6-story units, buildings that are not shown up. I have sent in a document where there's pictures of all of this. I do hope the committee has a chance to look at the pictures. Although it's 17 pages, most of it's pictures with the commentary I'm passing on. So there, I have that kind of unique perspective. As well, I applaud the City of Toronto for having an active interest in CPTED, CPTED, for those of you who don't know the acronym, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. And the city, I congratulate them on applying it over the decades. I, too, in my own small ways, have applied CPTED. I also say that CPTED is an important concept that we work with when we were, for our 8 years, we were doing that. And then I would also say odd people may be outdoing odd things, graffiti, etc. So for example, this morning at 6:30, I go over across to the Shoppers Drug Mart, and on the first page of my document, you would see that their side door isn't quite right, some could say very diplomatically, and we will be going over to having a conversation about them and their door as they've been targeted a number of times. So that's going on. On my second page, I'm showing you examples of the 2 big 6-story facilities, storage facilities that are now open there. There's not a lot of foot traffic around that. I'm showing you pictures of the Esso gas station, which is an unusually large one and on a very large spot of land. And across the street is the Petro V Plus, another gas station. Unusual for an area to have 2 gas stations. I'm also showing you the auto repair place at 3459 Dundas West. I'm then showing you a picture of the Enterprise rental car place right next to the gas station, and then the car wash place that's right next to the gas station as well. There is a big rental building that's about a block down. In my pictures, what you would notice is that the Dundas Way Street entrance, as I said, to Kashmita, is recessed and never used. They used the back entrance instead. And if you look at the pictures on page 9 of 10, you'd see the back entrance. That's where they drive in and go out. Why? Because they look over residential. They say they don't want to look over parking lots. And then if you go on to page 10, I'm showing their rental. Their rental is 2 things. It's called a stretch lab and it's called a tanning flash. Just to be blunt, they have extremely little activity in there. We're surprised that they're there after years. There's extremely little, maybe 1 or 2 people, and very few people on the streets there.
You're at 3 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions?
I'm at 3 minutes. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep going. On page 11, there's examples
you have no more time left.
Like.
You're at time. You're at time.
I thought it was 5 minutes, sir. I'm sorry. I had the impression it was 5 minutes.
It's 3 minutes.
May I then just have 1 minute to get to my point? I would be asking that who would want to live in those buildings that the CPTED principles don't seem to be applied, and it has one face on a commercial street where there is nefarious things going on, and it's provable. And there's no protection for nefarious, and I'm not seeing CPTED applied. I've also sent in a picture on page 15 that shows what the back of it looks like on Dundas West, where it's looming over 3 houses, 14, 16, and 18 Gilson. And I'll tell you point blank, I would not want to be going in my front yard, and I get vertigo when I even looked at this picture yesterday.
Thank you,
I'll also say we're the same as March 6th, Toronto Star Pharmacy area. Thank you for your time. Please look at what I sent in.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Thank you. Next up is Nathan Bishop. Online.
Hello?
Yep, 3 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'll turn my camera. Thank you. My concerns are basically parking and privacy. I'm a homeowner immediately south of the property at 20 Gilson Avenue. Parking is an issue in our neighborhood. I sent through a kind of analysis that we did, the parking analysis that was done by the in the application was, not well covering the existing condition. We've had the meeting with Councillor Perks, and come to this, potential solution of excluding the development from on-street parking permit, being able to get an on-street parking permit, which makes sense. I see in the recommendations to council, though, that it's to approve the rezoning as is and then study the feasibility of that. That's definitely a concern. I personally think that feasibility should be, sorted out before, the approval of the rezoning. Adding an additional 30 or 40, units to the neighborhood and, requiring having them to find on-street parking is infeasible, given the current usage and all the commercial uses that also use our neighborhood's parking. My second comment is about privacy. Again, the back units look directly into our backyard. I think there could be a lot more done in the design of the building to mitigate overlook and privacy to our backyards. And as it pertains to the rezoning application, the trees, and there are trees proposed, I think 3 small birch trees. My preference would be to look at evergreens, where the privacy is provided all year round rather than just in the summer, and something that's of larger stature that will, we don't have to wait 10 or 15 years to get some decent privacy back there.
Yeah. That's it?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Deborah Reynolds. Reynolds. Yes, please. Make sure the light is green on the mic.
Can you hear me speak?
Yes, we can. 3 minutes, go ahead.
My name is Deborah Reynolds. I live on Willard Avenue. I am a resident who pays taxes, and I'd like to begin with the fact that we have had very, very little communication about this project with the community. The only way I found out about this meeting today is that my neighbor photocopied it because she was sent an email and put it in 40 residents' mailboxes. So I would like the city to hear that. I was unable to attend the first meeting back in November or September because I was out of the country. And you had to set up with an email address to receive any notification. So no one in the community knows about this. A neighbor put it in my box. I then took what she gave me and made photocopies of it as well and started knocking on doors in the community. The communication is not good. This is a 7-story building that wants to change a bylaw, and we just got the bylaw amendment this morning at 8:54. It was sent to Renee, and then it was forwarded to me. Now, I even had time to look at it. I've been trying to do research on this building, and the one thing that I would like to address with everyone here is the bylaw height restrictions. Now, I do know that I believe, I could be wrong, because again, I didn't have the information that was sent at 8:54. I thought that the actual height restriction was 11 meters on the east side of Jane Street. This proposed development wants to have 24-meter high, 7 stories, with, I don't know what you call it, when they back up after the 6th story to build the 7th. Right now, we have 2 huge container storage facilities on the north side of Dundas, and they have 6 stories. This is going to be 1 story taller. I went over to Jane and Dundas and stood in the backyard of Runnymede Collegiate, and the only thing I could see are 2 huge gray 6-story buildings. They chose gray so it would blend in with the sky. I can tell you that because this morning on a gray day, you don't notice them as much. So the first thing, if I'm correct about the height restriction, this building wants to be 118% over that height. The next thing is how that will affect all the people who live on Gilson with that in their backyard.
You have
Now,
3 minutes, please wrap up.
I want to know, secondly, are these going to be rental units or for sale condo units? I also would like to know from the first speaker about the environmental issues. How do we get access to these tests and results? How does the community know what the environmental issues are? Have they done an environmental impact study, a toxicity impact, a noise impact, light impact, shadow cannon effect on Dundas?
Thank you. Your time. Thank you very much.
That's it?
I gave you extra time.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And could we have better communication, please?
Thank you. Any questions of deputants? Seeing none. Thank you. Phil McCordick, online.
Hello.
3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there. I'm a resident nearby the development. I know this might not be the right stage of the process. I know it's more for the planning stage, but I do want to flag environmental site assessments. The ground that the building is going up, I've lived here for more than a decade, used to be an auto battery recycling center. It's next to a number of mechanic shops and a gas station. Given that, it's reasonable to expect an environmental site assessment to check for contamination, heavy metal contamination in the groundwater, what that's going to look like for, creating clouds of that dust during the construction. Again, I know that that's not necessarily the stage that this goes in, but I'm concerned that public input into the next stage of development might not be as easy or as obvious to us as to when we should chime in. So I just want to go on record saying that I would be very concerned about the quality of the soil that is being contaminated, and I recommend at least phase 1 environmental site assessment, if not 1 and 2, and dust remediation, etc. I'll move on to the next argument, which is the parking argument, which I understand everybody is making a bit of an issue about. But I think it, of course, is unreasonable to expect no one in that unit to have a car. It just doesn't seem like a fair thing to expect someone who wants to live in Toronto that they're just not going to own one. I understand that they're not going to get a street parking permit. That really only applies overnight. It could be that a number of these residents that have cars, and then they have to be inconvenienced by finding somewhere to put them overnight, but that will increase congestion during the day if they want to keep their cars near their place of residence, which would only be fair. The other thing that I think is necessary to point out is that there is no loading or unloading plan for this building, which means that all cars, Ubers, anything drop off, will have to stop on Dundas, further congesting a street that's already pretty congested in that area. It seems unfair for a public or for a private enterprise to put all of that burden on the public system and not to provide even a drop off or loading area. I would love for the developers to reconsider just a pull-in space or any way to remediate the kind of burden they're going to put on the public street of Dundas when this building goes up and there's inevitably traffic that's caused. I think assuming that no one is ever going to have a car in that building is completely unreasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputant?
Yeah.
Councillor Perks has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, Phil. It's Gord. So my practice with applications is when we get to the construction management phase, we hold a public meeting and everyone who's been part of the record of correspondence on this is invited to that meeting. Does that give you a little bit more comfort?
Oh, great. Okay, so then that's referring to the environmental assessment?
You were talking about construction dust and all of that? So
Yes.
that's the piece, okay?
Okay,
Great.
excellent, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Next up is Jennifer Twanley. No, not in the room, not online. Shireen Ali. Online. Shireen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak today. So I'm here to speak about the proposed development, and I just want to be clear, I support gentle density and mid-rise development along Dundas West, but I'm concerned about the current proposal, including zero on-site parking and no on-site loading of drop-off space. That means every resident, visitor, delivery, and ride-share vehicle will rely entirely on the surrounding public streets, which is a key issue. People moving into this building will be associated with cars in some capacity. This site is not in the downtown core, and while it's served by surface transit, it is not directly adjacent to rapid transit like Line 2 subway. This is an in-between neighborhood where many households still rely on a car for part of their daily lives. This area doesn't have any paid parking lots available. There's one small parking area on northeast side of Dundas and Runnymede. Now, I was research, including work from the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies, shows that while excessive parking minimums can create oversupply, mismatches between parking supply and actual demand can also create real problems, including spillover parking and increased congestion, illegal parking from drivers searching for space. While the permit zone extends a considerable distance, even down toward Bloor, parking demand is local. People do not want to park a 10 to 15-minute walk from their home. So I'm not asking for excessive parking. I'm asking for a balanced, context-sensitive approach and responsible planning. A modest amount of underground parking, something in the range of 0.3 to 0.5 spaces per unit, would help reduce pressure on surrounding streets, support local businesses, and ensure accessibilities for families, seniors, and visitors. This can also be paired with EV infrastructure and car share spaces aligning with the city's climate goals. So I'm just asking council to require mitigation before approval, like a proper loading and drop-off solution, a clear parking impact and curb management plan, and measures that prevent this building from relying on surrounding residential streets as overflow parking. Because without those safeguards, this project doesn't just a density, it transfers its impacts onto existing residents and public space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in today. Next up is Tara Musmudar. Tara Musmudar. Thank you.
Okay.
3 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a resident of Gilson Avenue, living directly behind the proposed new development. So our backyard fence is only 1 foot from the building to be demolished. This building sits on toxic, contaminated land as it's adjacent to a gas station. I suffer from asthma and an autoimmune disease, and I have young children under 5. It's well known that demolition activities, particularly when tied to large-scale construction projects, release high amounts of toxic dust into the environment, and that's a significant concern. Managing dust at demolition sites is extremely dangerous because of the release of chemicals and materials like asbestos and lead. Given the function and age of the building to be demolished, it's an auto repair shop, mid-century, toxic chemicals. We know that its demolition will release asbestos, lead, etc. into the air. My kids will breathe this air. Asbestos, lead, and other toxic dust will fall in our backyard and settle on our belongings, doors, and windows. Given that we have to ventilate our house on a daily basis, we can't live our lives in a sealed bubble. Toxic dust will find its way into our home. This project is not just a residential home, it's a 7-story condo. Apart from the proven health risks of demolition dust, construction dust contains toxic carcinogenic particles that become airborne. This can cause a wide range of health and lung problems for people living near large-scale sites. extreme summer heat. So Environmental and Climate Change Canada projects the 2026 to 2030 period will likely be the hottest 5-year stretch on record. Summers are expected to be hotter with low air quality. So air quality on construction sites during summer heat presents a dangerous combination of high pollution levels, intense heat stress, leads to severe health risks for those living near construction sites. The intense heat and sunlight cook the air, combining diesel with silica dust, ozone, other pollutants to create a harmful chemical soup of poor air quality. This will be heavily compounded by the existence of the 2 gas stations directly beside and across from the proposed development. For kids living beside gas stations, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, VOCs like benzene are already a well-known cause of childhood cancers. These risks are well-known and proven in evidence-based journals. Health Canada has written about this and posted studies online. This development will only worsen air quality and therefore increase the risk of disease to kids living in the neighborhood. There's a moral obligation to protect kids already living here and also to protect future kids by blocking new developments slated to be built in highly toxic environments, such as directly adjacent to 2 gas stations. During demolition and construction, the EPA strongly advises closing and sealing all windows and doors if you live near construction sites. But we have to ventilate our home. It's essential. It's a human right to open your window and receive clean air that won't poison you and your kids. If this proposal is accepted, we face the costs of professionally sealing the home, air purifiers, relocating our HVAC, hiring a professional cleaning company to constantly clean our backyard and our home. And then also, if we're forced to sell, the cost of selling our home prematurely. So we're asking for an evidence-based, fully detailed written report to actually show tested levels of toxic contamination of this land. Is there lead and asbestos in the buildings? What construction materials are going into this? How will the developer control the toxic dust?
Thank you so much.
I just have one more point, please. So also, we would like the City of Toronto to confirm whether the developer is subject to the same dust bylaw as residential homeowners, because from what I can read, they are not subject to the same dust bylaws. If the developer is exempt, then how will they control the dust? Who's enforcing this? If we have to sell our home for health reasons, then we need appropriate time to sell our home. 5 days from demolition permit being approved is not appropriate.
Thank you very much. Okay, I gave you a lot of extra time. Any questions for the Deputant? Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, you're next.
Yeah, just a couple of questions of staff. First, can I have it confirmed that you can't build on this site without a record of site condition?
Through the chair, it's Carly Bowman, Community Planning Director. I'll ask Toronto Buildings to address.
Sure thing. Through the chair. No, for a change of use of a site from a commercial to a residential, we'll require a record of site condition prior to the issuance of a building permit.
And to get that record of site condition, the property owner has to go to the province. They test to see what the current soil conditions are. And if there's any kind of problem, they get a fairly rigorous, I think it's a stage 2 environmental assessment that sets out treatment, management, mitigation, all of that. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. The province has a very rigorous process where phase 1 and possibly phase 2 ESAs would be required, all depending on what they find at the site.
And those are public documents?
Once it's all said and done, yes, it will be public and available on their portal on the website.
Okay. And after all of that has happened and the site is at a stage that's clean enough to construct, we do also have a construction management plan. I guess this is to planning staff, which looks at things like managing dust, managing hours of operation, all of that kind of stuff. And that also is a public document.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. We had a bit of a conversation about the parking issue, and my sense is that the recommendation here isn't the appropriate one. We can get an amendment to make it clear right now that people on this site will not be eligible for permit parking. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we're working on that draft language right now with our colleagues in Transportation Services. My apologies for the delay.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to hold this down until I have that amendment available.
Okay, we'll do that. Councillor
Thank you.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item is item T 31.5, 1423 Dufferin Street zoning bylaw amendment application. We have one speaker, Craig Venz. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. We'll be quick. I'm here with my client, Chris Spoke from Toronto Standard as well. We just want to say thank you to staff for the positive recommendation. Great staff team on this. We really appreciate their help in navigating the process. Pavel, Daniel, Adrian. Thank you to Councillor Bravo and M for your support and for the community for engaging with us on this. This is an avenue scale building, and it's an example of what is unlocked when the city has unlocked opportunities for mid-rise buildings on avenues across broader area of the city. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Councilor Bravo.
Thank you. So thanks for being here today to answer questions. Residents have expressed concerns about the state of the property. I'm aware that demolition has recently taken place. Can you tell us how the site will be secured in the interim condition?
Perhaps my client can respond to that, but I'll just say as part of the site plan process, which will be commencing shortly, I believe there'll be a requirement for a construction management plan, and that can be include engagement with the community as well to make sure they're up to date on construction activities. I believe there's fencing around the site as well to secure the property. There's temporary fencing that's been put up, and we'll continue to make sure the site is secure and meets all the standards the city requires for construction, and we'll submit the management plan with the site plan application.
Thank you. And if we have any concerns from the community about the state of the fencing, we can reach out to you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. My second question is, I understand space has been allocated for waste pickup on Dufferin. Could you confirm that this will be taking place off Dufferin and not in the rear lane?
That is correct. We worked with staff to figure out an approach to solid waste collection on Dufferin, and the way the design works right now, it satisfies the requirements. We'll continue to refine that through site plan, but that's the current plan.
Thank you very much. These are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bravo. That was the only speaker we had on the item. So, Councilor Bravo, you're next. You're up.
Yeah, I can move the recommendations.
Okay, moving the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 6, T31.6, 333 Lakeshore Boulevard East, 200 Queens Quay East, and 211 and 11R Small Street. Draft plan of subdivision application. Deputy Mayor Malik. There's no speakers on this item. Item 6.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, and I'm very pleased to advance the plan of subdivision approvals for Quayside Phase 2. This week's very exciting announcement that the federal and provincial governments are joining the city to fund the East Waterfront Transit is a landmark milestone for this revitalization project. And with it, we can advance future developments with confidence that transit is there to support it and continue to unlock its potential. The Quayside Phase 2 plan lays out the street network, development blocks and parks and public realm that are the foundations of the next phase of revitalization on our waterfront and towards the complete communities that we know are so essential for the development in this area and for the city that we love. Thank you to city planning staff and Waterfront Toronto for your work to bring this report forward. I'm looking forward to our continued work on this very important project and a very important part of the city.
Thank you. And you're moving the staff's recs. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Just so everyone knows, T31.7 is going to be a deferred item. I see there's one speaker on the item. You're still able to speak on it, but you could return when the item is back on the council agenda. Is Elizabeth McGrothy here? So I'm assuming you're Elizabeth.
Yes.
Okay. So again, I just stated that Deputy Mayor Maddox is going to defer the item, perhaps to another meeting, and so you can come back and speak to it then if you like.
Great. I hope it.
Or you can speak now.
I'm not sure what to do. My first time here.
Yeah.
Ozma, what would you recommend?
Yeah. She would not be able to?
When would it be deferred to? I'm going to be out of country from April 4th to 13th.
Okay, if you would like, you could speak to it now.
May 28th is the next meeting.
No, April 30th is.
April 30th is the next meeting. But we are deferring it to the May 28th meeting.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I will speak then.
Okay, wonderful.
Right, because I will send further communications.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion to defer?
Yes, I have a motion to defer.
Let's move it.
Well, I guess I'll speak to it briefly. I have a motion to defer this item to the May 28th meeting of Toronto and East York Community Council. The applicant, Pinnacle, has agreed to the deferral to allow time to resolve issues related to Red Path as well as city planning. It will be facilitating additional stakeholder consultation on transportation issues.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7. I'm going to repeat what I just said. So Council Sachs is going to defer item T 38.8, 31.8, 1233 Yonge Street and 9 Woodland Avenue East. There are a number of speakers on this item here. So you are able to speak to it today, or you are able to speak to it when it comes back. So is there anyone who wants to speak to it today?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Clear. Is this 1233 Yonge and 9 Woodlawn?
1233 Yonge Street.
Yeah, we did try to notify everyone.
That's correct. It's 1233 Yonge Street and 9 Woodland Avenue East.
You're asking if somebody will speak to it.
So I'm asked, so there are about 10 people or so on my list here to speak on the item.
My
So
name is Robert McDowell. Do you know what number I am among the 10?
Robert McDowell, so you're 7th in my list. So what I'm asking is that, or informing you, is that you're able to speak to the item today, or you can come back when the item is being brought back here to this committee.
I was arranged to speak today, so I would.
Okay, you're more than welcome to. So, Mr.
Check the other line of people first before we get to
Okay, Catherine Potter-Barrick, did you want to speak today, or do you want to speak to another time?
I would prefer to speak to it today, if I may.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Potter-Barrick. I have lived on this block for 22 years, since 2004, in a 5-story condominium block on Yonge Street, just across the street from the proposed development. That building reflects the character of every other residential condominium building on this block. They are all 4 to 5 stories tall. This is the neighborhood I bought into and the neighborhood I am here to speak for. I appear in opposition. This application asks council to override the zoning, override the secondary plan, and override the parkland requirement. My submission is that none of those overrides are justified. First, the staff report uses a circular argument to override the secondary plan's express purpose. The site is designated mixed-use areas A in the Yonge Street St. Clair secondary plan. The report itself acknowledges that mixed-use area C is intended to transition down in height from areas A and B. Staff then justify 47 stories in area C by pointing to another recent approval for 2 towers in area C in the immediate block to the north. That reasoning defeats the entire purpose of the step-down designation. If area C approvals justify other C towers, the step-down policy is absolutely meaningless. It no longer exists. Council should ask staff, what is the continuing purpose of mixed-use area C as a distinct category if this application is approved? Second, the application history tells council what this proposal is actually about. The original proposal was a 13-story building, then revised to 49, then to 52. It's now before you at 47. I ask you to consider what that trajectory means. 13-story starting point was already a significant departure from the current zoning. Going up to 52, then going back to 47 is an anchoring strategy to make the current 47 look reasonable. The current height limit for this site is 16 meters. The proposed height is 155 meters. That is nearly 10 times the permitted height. The proposed official amendment is not a refinement of the planning network. It is a replacement of the planning framework with whatever the applicant wants. Third, the applicant wants to benefit from a 730-unit building without actually meeting the obligations that come with it. Approval of this application would permit 730 dwelling units on this site. That scale of development triggers a mandatory parkland dedication requirement under the Planning Act of 189.7 meters. That requirement has not been satisfied. Moreover, staff's approval report does not say it will be satisfied. It only says that the owner has expressed an interest in exploring whether a nearby subway corridor easement might fulfill the obligation with further consultation agreement from CreateTO and evaluation process still to be underway.
Your time. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Barrick. If you have anything else you want to say, send me an email, would you please? It's Councillor Sachs. Thank you.
I will indeed.
Eric Henrik, again, you can speak today or at the next meeting when this is brought forth. Eric Henrik. Eric, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Do you want to speak today or do you want to speak at the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm hearing feedback from my telephone. Something's technically not quite working.
We could hear you just fine.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good. Very good. Yes, I would like to speak today, please.
Okay, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, Catherine, thanks for very articulately defining some of the key problems with this outrageous development. I also am in strenuous opposition to both the rezoning and the demolition. I'll speak to the rezoning. I've been a tenant at 1233 Yonge Street for more than 20 years. This rezoning application is wildly inappropriate at 47 stories in a community of 3- and 4-story buildings. Demand for shoebox condos has vanished, and it's not coming back. At the height proposed, this is entirely dismissive of the official plan. The city planner on the file, I won't mention his name, is not working in the best interest of the city or our community or the tenants of 1233 Yonge Street, a heritage-protected building with more than 40 affordable apartments. He's entirely different to the impact of this monster tower will have on Summerhill St. Clair. As far as we can tell, from start to finish, he's working on behalf of the developer to make sure the developer gets what he needs.
That is an appropriate thing to say.
With minor cosmetic modifications. If the truth hurts, it's the truth. There are more than 10 such towers being...
So continue.
There are more than 10 such towers being proposed for the 1233. There are more than 10 towers, such as 1233 Yonge Street, being proposed along a Yonge Street corridor that runs from Ramsden Park in the south to St. Clair in the north. That's about six city blocks where more than a third of all properties now are either boarded up or have been turned into pickleball courts that nobody wants. Now, this stretch of Yonge is the border between Wards 11 and 12, Councillors Sachs and Matlow. What are Councillors Sachs and Matlow doing to stop our community from becoming a ghost town? The answer is zero. They are not challenging runaway development. Councillor Sachs and Matlow, you have influence. You should be using your elected office to fight for communities against bad developers. We see no evidence of this. As councillors, you can't... I've lost my place here. As councillors, if you say that you can't do anything...
You have 10 seconds.
about I'll finish this, about Summerhill St. Clair being turned into a ghost town, then we don't need city council. And the next logical step is to eliminate city council.
Thank you. You're at time. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputy?
No, I'm not. You know, it's not also fair to, at the last minute, cut people's time in half, Councillor Moyse. This is not okay. This is not democratic. And I will finish my point here.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Where was I? Yes. So it's important to note that this is a constitutional, what do you call it? Statutory hearing. So if you choose to speak today, you cannot speak when it comes back unless there's new information, just to be clear.
Sorry, if I speak today, I can't.
If you speak today, you can speak when it comes back unless there's new information to the file, just to be clear. Philip Conetta, are you here? No? Brian Davies?
Yeah.
Brian Davies. Adam Brown? Okay. Morgan Cann? C-A-N-N.
Excuse me. This is Brian Davis. I was not unmuted when you first called upon me.
Okay. Do you want to speak today? Do you want to speak?
No, I'd like to speak today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't have the technical expertise that was demonstrated by some of the other speakers, including Catherine earlier. I am a resident in the neighborhood, living on Woodlawn West. And I've watched over the 5 years or so that I've lived in this neighborhood, the evolution of Yonge Street. The proposed construction seems so out of character, even with an evolving Yonge Street, that it concerns me profoundly. Watching and living in this neighborhood where traffic has become overwhelmed, in part because of the bike lanes, but in part just because of all of the construction, is changing the character of this neighborhood dramatically. That said, the 47-story construction that's proposed is extraordinary, even when considering the other developments that are occurring to the south of it. This is a residential neighborhood still, and what this new 47-story tower will do is dramatically change for the worse what is a warm and vibrant residential neighborhood. The fact that it is so out of character with anything that is proximate to it seems to be lost. And I would encourage our city council to experience the neighborhood as it is and understand the profound and negative consequence that creating a 47-story tower will have in this neighborhood. I wonder, have people just lost sight of the fact that this is supposed to be a residential neighborhood, not a downtown zone? So with that said, I'll end my time, but just beg council to reconsider, and if nothing else, move this to a planning process where proper consideration and evaluation can be made to understand the full impact of what this represents. I have a sense that that level of reflection has not occurred. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Morgan Cann, I called him once before. He's not here. Robert McDowell.
Yeah, I just submit, Mr. Chair, that I will
turn your mic on, please.
The next occasion to speak, which I understand is April 30th.
April 30th? Okay. Okay, we'll see you on April 30th, Mr. McDowell. Dale Rich. Dale. Debbie Briggs. No. And Matthias Schalfer. Okay. So this item, you have a motion, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I'm going to defer this item and the next one, both items relating to 1233 Yonge Street, to the April 30th TEYCC, please. The many questions have been raised about the planning report, and I've agreed to hold another community meeting with the planners to answer these questions. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral to the next meeting? Opposed? Carried. Next item is related, TE 31.9, 1233 Yonge Street and 9 Woodlawn Avenue East rental house demolition application. We do have speakers on this item, so again, as the last item, I need to ask members here, deputants, if they want to speak today or at the next meeting. Adam Brown, next meeting. Okay, Eric Henrich. He's online, right? Yep. Eric? Okay, no response. Robert McDowell, you want to speak again at the next meeting?
Hear me? Hello, hello.
Sorry. Yes, Eric?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Do you want to speak on this item today or next time? April 30th?
Yes, I would prefer to speak today.
Okay, go ahead, sir. 3 minutes.
Yeah, but I will have to reiterate, cutting people's speaking time in half at the last minute is not okay, Councillor Moyes. Okay, so I have been a resident of 1233 Yonge Street for more than 20 years. I've mentioned that. The city planning report is terrible. And if city planning can support something like this, then we don't need city planners. Councillor Sachs, this is your ward, and you have admitted that this application before us today is wildly unpopular. And yet, you're not sure how you want to vote on this issue of rezoning and demolition of 1233 Yonge Street. How is that possible? No one in the Summerhill community, in Ward 11, and most of all the tenants of 1233 Yonge Street want to see heritage-protected, affordable housing demolished. And yet, you're not sure which way you want to vote. There's something wrong with this picture. I'll hearken back quickly to 3 years ago when another property was before this committee, 25 St. Mary Street, which is a high-rise of more than 300 affordable rental units, more than 500 residents. This community council voted to demolish it. And the reasoning given was that the outcome would be worse for tenants if this appeared before the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. After this shameful and disgraceful exhibition, we called city planning and asked for one single example where tenants were worse off if community council voted against demolition. They could not find one example because it doesn't exist. This is a spurious argument. It simply isn't true. And we please don't want to hear it used in this case. Councillor Sachs, stand with your community, please, and vote against what you know is a bad application. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Robert McDowell, you want to speak today or April 30th? Okay, thank you. Dale Rich? Dale? Nowhere to be found. Aaron Lockwood? No? Okay. Councillor Sachs, you have a motion to defer?
Yes, I want to defer this. Try again. April 30th meeting, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. The next item is item TE 31.10, 55 to 77 Davisville Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. One speaker, Adam Layton, are you here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm here for information.
That's it? Okay, wonderful. Okay. And he was the winning speaker. Councillor Matlow. It's your item, number 10.
I have some motions to move on it.
Okay. Staff's going to display it.
And then I'll move them as a package.
Okay. Apparently we do it separately. All those in favor of this item? Opposed, carried. Item is amended. Those in favor? Opposed, carried. That's it, right? Okay, easy breezy. T 31.11, 10 Rose Hill Avenue, City Initiated Temporary Use Zoning Bylaw Amendment. We have a speaker on this item. Melissa Light, online. Melissa, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Melissa, and I live very close to 10 Rose Hill Avenue. In fact, I'm home right now, and I am looking out my window at the building. I am very in favor of this motion to temporarily use the building for music purposes. I understand it would both be as a rental space as a low-cost rental space for small musicians, as well as potentially a music hall for performances and retail pop-up. As a local owner in the neighborhood, I am very excited for this opportunity. I would love to have some, local community events and be able to support local musicians. I know in some of the previous motions, we've discussed the Yonge and St. Clair neighborhood as being a residential neighborhood with a community feel. And I think that this temporary use would be, adding to that in a really lovely way. So I thank the community and Creatio for bringing this forward, and I hope it proceeds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
I'm very happy to move this.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 31.12, 1196 to 1210 Yonge Street and 2 to 8 Birch Avenue, rental housing demolition application. No speakers on this item. Councillor Matlow? Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow?
I move this.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.13, 509 Parliament Street zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. I'm going to move to refuse the amendment. I'm going to move the amendment to refuse this application. Anybody want to speak on this item? Seeing none. Could display the motion. The developer has chosen to pay for lawyers better streetscape for the area, so which is quite unfortunate that we have to go through this. If you oppose the motion. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And for item T 31.14, 509 Parliament Street, Carlton Theatre, alterations and demolition heritage attributes of a designated heritage property under section 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. This item is related to the previous item, but I'm actually going to move this without recommendation to council. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.15, 419, 421, 423, and 425 Woodbine Avenue. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. I think I saw Councillor Bradford. Okay, I'm going to hold this down for him. T 31.16, also Councillor Bradford. I'm going to hold this item down for him. T 31.28, 388 Bursford Avenue, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Perks. Item 28.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendations to refuse.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.28, 47 Atlas Avenue, application for fence exemption. There are speakers here, 29. Roland Riberhedge, online.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, yeah, 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify if any council members had any questions regarding the application. It's basically for security reasons as well as privacy reasons that the neighbor in the back has an elevated deck where they stand and do their barbecuing and constantly look into our yard. And it's also a security issue if any people want to come into the backyard could hop onto their deck and easily come in on the fence. And what makes no sense is on the same property line, there is another fence that is 10 feet high that they're blocking out a shed from someone else's property, and another fence that is approximately 90 inches high. So there's no relevancy with all of that at this point. Like, why are these existing fences there? Have there been exemptions done for these fences? And we're not getting any answers from any of the inspectors. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow?
I have an amendment to allow for the exemption.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried.
In front of you? Yeah.
Oh, it has to be displayed, yes. Sorry.
This is an exemption to support the request.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Next item is T31.30, 11 Linewood Avenue, applications for
Linwood.
Linwood?
Always call you out on the
Yes,
pronunciation.
I appreciate it. Yes, application for a fence exemption. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councilor Matlow.
Same thing. I have an amendment to support the exemption.
Okay, we're going to post it. Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Give me a second. TE 31.15, 419, 421, 423, and 425 Woodbine Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. We have a deputant on this item. Number 15. First up is Elizabeth McGregor. Are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes. Make sure it's green. Just press the on button there. Is it green? Okay, so turn to green.
So now you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Got it. So I'm just, before I start, I'm kind of nervous. I don't normally do this. I'm not a public speaker and I'm not an activist. So please bear with me. And I also didn't realize that I would have a shortened time. So if I'm really fast, I'm glad you're taping me, although I'm not glad you're taping me. Okay.
Let's take a deep breath.
So, okay. Thank you. So my name is Elizabeth McGregor. I've lived in the Beaches for 35 years and I've owned a home for 25 of those years, just south of the proposed site. When gas and grocery prices go up, or your fees, I feel it too. I pay my taxes. I've spent decades paying my mortgage. I've worked hard for over 40 years. I've owned a small business on Queen Street and I support local business. I've read to kids at the local schools and I've managed sports teams. I shovel my driveway and walkway for free. I believe I am representative of most homeowners in this city, and that's why I'm here today. Homeowners and property owners deserve to be heard. Our elected officials are on loan by the public to represent our interests. The approval process for condo development is flawed, and it's now being applied uniformly to every condo project despite staff saying there are no precedents and each site is being treated individually. We know this is not the case. In this instance, city staff started their consultation with the applicant in 2022. The public living there had no idea until a meeting was held in late 2025. Equally egregious, this residential proposal is proposed for a contaminated site. The EA that went to the Ministry of Environment is misleading. It was done for a proposal with a 2 to 3 story building, appears to be only on a portion of the property, although I haven't been able to confirm that, with only 1 level of underground parking. The proposal that's in front of you is now for 10 stories plus 1 with 2 levels of underground parking. Potentially a much greater impact on groundwater, sun and shade, adjacent property foundations, bird migration, and I could go on. Deliberately misleading or providing inaccurate information to the Ministry of Environment is serious. There are penalties for providing false information. The certificate of use was then issued on an EA that is not applicable to the site proposal before you today. And it has already been disregarded with work that was started recently threatening workers, residents, and the environment. City staff should have identified this inaccuracy that went to the Ministry of Environment. The Environmental Assessment Act provides for great opportunity for municipal input. I know this because I wrote it and did the contaminated regulations in 1997 with the minister in charge, including municipal review and comment on EAs, the ability to add safeguards such as bond insurance for properties, multiple requirements for public consultation, and this applicant never reached out to anybody in the community regarding the proposal until I mentioned it in the meeting at the end of October, at which time it went to the ministry, got posted, nobody knew about it, and nobody could comment. Everybody, the city has an obligation to protect our citizens. The proposal for this reason alone and any other one that sits on contaminated site or is proposed to be on contaminated site should not be approved in its current form. Thank you.
Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. No. Oh, you do have a question? Councillor Bradford has a question for you.
Please.
Is it your understanding that the EA work that had been done was for a previous iteration or proposal of the project?
Correct.
Is it your understanding then, and you have more background in this than a lot of folks, that that would need to be looked at again in the context of the revised proposal?
Without saying just a one-word answer, because I think it's worthy of more than a one-word answer, I think when you start boring down beyond the level that was originally planned for by an engineer, a consulting engineer who are the specialists, that much deeper, yes, I do think it should be looked at again. I also think this particular EA was very site-specific. So when you talk about the size alone of the property and the boring down, that EA should be beyond the scope of site-specific and start looking at adjacent properties, which are over 100 years old, which could have impact on foundations, never mind groundwaters. And it gives the city the opportunity to say, hold on a second here, where is our bond protection if this goes belly up? Or if somebody digs and leaves it empty? So there's a lot of reasons why. If I was the engineer that did the original evaluation and monitoring, not all monitoring could even be done on the site from what I could see, nor am I sure that the whole site as it's proposed is actually being looked at under the original EA. It's not clear to me. I don't think it has been. For all of those reasons, yes, I think there should be another environmental assessment at the very least, and the director of the Ministry of the Environment has the ability to amend, revise, or revoke the certificate of use at any given time.
Okay, appreciate that perspective and direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me today. And I'm sorry if I was a little nervous.
That's okay, you did very well.
Thank you very much.
Katie Phillips. Online. Okay.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You can. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, hang on. No, don't start me yet because I've got to share my content. Okay, somebody is going to help me share my content because I'm hitting the share button and I can't. It says the co-host or presenter has to make me the presenter.
Yeah, staff is going to give you access to that now.
Okay, just let me know and then I will get my deck up. Can I do it now?
Yeah, go ahead. You should be able to do that now. Again, you have 3 minutes.
Well, hang on, just wait till I'm up.
I haven't started your time yet. I'm just
Okay, can you see the deck on your screens?
Not yet.
Okay, let me know when you can. Okay, I am sharing my screen, so I don't know what's going on. Can you see it now?
Not yet, where staff is working on it. If not, you just have to speak to it.
Well, no, I really have to show it because I've got photographs. Okay, how about now?
Yes, we see it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great.
I'm
Okay,
starting
great.
your time.
So my name is Katie Phillips, and I'm the owner of 48 Hazlitt, which is directly behind the proposed zoning. So this place on Woodbine is zoned for 6 stories, which is consistent with, hang on, I can't even see this. Hang on, something is blocking my view. Can't see it. Frig. Okay. It's consistent with the EHON neighborhoods plan. Look, guys, just build the 6 stories. It's zoned for 6 stories, not the proposed, well, it started out as 13, now it's 12, now apparently it's 10 plus 1, which really is 11. All the documents provided by the developer, honestly, I think are trying to overwhelm us. There's 400-page documents in there. There's a lot of information omitted, and there's unrealistic predictions. We've had no community consultation and communication, 1 meeting back in October, I believe. But again, we had to make photocopies and knock on doors and let people know in the area about what's going on. There's a continued lack of response from Brad Bradford, who I feel is supporting residents rather than not supporting residents, but rather supporting the developers. Okay, why can't I go to the next one? Okay, I grew up in the Beach, as my father did before me. It's a unique historic neighborhood. It hasn't changed really significantly since I was born in 1967. Same roads, transit schools, low-rise apartments. And again, most of these places are 100 years old. These walkable neighborhoods are gems, and it makes a large city special. This is why people want to live in Toronto. And we've been paying, the Beach homeowners have been paying city property tax for over 100 years, and yet we're being ignored in the race for height. Let's maintain the character and keep to the maximum of 6 stories. I'm a single parent and raised 2 kids at my house, 48 Hazlitt, which is built in 1923. It's the house on the left, the brown one. My home equity is funding my retirement, and it will be decimated with a 130-foot, 12-story wall in my backyard, virtually unsellable. My brick and mortar foundation is at risk. The soil is all sand, as we know, the people that live in the Beach, and a river runs underneath my house. I insist on a vibration impact study done by a third party and assurances from the city that my house can sustain even a 6-story build. My 16-year-old daughter was hit by a car and seriously injured at the intersection of Woodbine and Kingston Road. We all knew that it was a dangerous intersection, but guess what? It's the 2nd highest accident location in all of the Beaches East York riding, which has 691 intersections. Why was this omitted by the developer in the city? I got it easily by just sending an email. What else did they leave out of this proposal? Plus, we've got heavy and growing commuter vehicle traffic, both to and from Scarborough, Pickering, and Durham region. This is a super highway between, Kingston Road. And this development will just make it even worse.
Yeah, thank you. You are at time.
Are you kidding me?
3 minutes go by very quickly.
Can I just make one more point?
Sure, quickly.
Okay, the transit here, although yes, we've got a bus and a streetcar, everything's at capacity. I stood on the corner for 10 minutes a few weeks ago, and I witnessed 3 near misses and felt unsafe waiting for the streetcar. Plus, all the residents of this new high-rise would have to use Hazlitt, my street, and Norway in order to get south on Woodbine, creating extra danger to residents, not to mention the on-street parking on Hazlitt, which is already a disaster and maxed out. So please, Brad and the city councillors, do the right thing. You do not want to be remembered for ruining the character of our neighborhood. Do the right thing.
Thank you.
Oppose this monstrosity and support the residents who elected you and pay property
Thank you
tax.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none. Okay. Adam Bledsoe? Adam?
Adam.
Online? You hear me, Adam?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Adam Bledsoe, and I live at 44 Haslett Avenue. The back of my property with my family would be on this development. And I just want to begin by saying I do support movement and development in our neighborhood, but I do oppose the scale and the way in which this process is going forward thus far. As a little bit of background, we did put a third story on our semi-detached home in 2021. And what we did know is it was going to impact our neighbors, and our contractor and we worked really hard to make that work. And it's been not been our experience thus far with the way that the communication has gone here. Not to mention the taking down of the garage on this property, which had debris land on our property, breaking our back garden box without our awareness, and it's still all right back there now. And a fence that was taken down, leaving us exposed to woodbine. So this is the beginning of this process for us. And when we did our home renovation in 2021, we were given a report from the architect, given a report from city planning saying that we needed to revise our architecture to match the neighborhood. And now we're in a position where this large building, which is very out of character with the neighborhood, is not receiving the same treatment. 12 stories is going to dwarf the houses in the neighborhood. It's going to be quite imposing. We're concerned about the way it's going to build and affect the foundations of our property and change the groundwater, not to mention that the environmental assessment seems not to be relevant to the size of the building as it is right now. And there's currently work going on the property that seems to be unchecked. We're very concerned about the way that parking is going to manifest here. Getting in and out of the parking lot of this property is going to be a huge challenge, particularly during rush hour in what Katie's already described as the second most challenging intersection in the Beaches or East York area. This is going to divert vehicles onto the local streets, including our own, in order to find a way to access their parking lot, maybe going northbound in order to turn right into their parking lot at rush hour times. So in our world, we're also very concerned about how this has been described as a deep lot and how that's being justified to put such height on this property. We're in support of the 6 stories, like Katie's saying, and something that's reasonable that fits the neighborhood. And not to mention, it is not near enough to public transit hubs to make it a public transit worthy expansion of size and density. We're also very concerned about what we've already spoken before, the adjacent properties and the insurance coverage and assurances that our properties will be maintained in this process, which has not been demonstrated thus far with all the debris that came from the taking down of the garage without our notification as well, by the way. So we're at a place now where we don't want to wait for this damage to occur. We want to make sure the protections are in place. And we're not acting to stop development. We just want it to be done responsibly.
Yes, thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Adam Smith? Adam Smith? Is he online? Adam Smith?
Hello, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes,
sorry, I didn't think I could unmute myself.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you now, and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. My name's Adam Smith, and for 14 years, I've lived on Woodbine Avenue, a bit south of this site. You guys have seen me here before. I feel like a broken record disputing overdevelopment after overdevelopment, but this rush to densify every ounce of land with absolutely no regard for existing residents or the many negative impacts needs to be questioned. This development requires both an official plan amendment to change the area from a neighborhood to an apartment neighborhood and a bylaw adjustment to go from a height of 11 meters to 40 meters. Clearly, once upon a time, these classifications and restrictions were deemed appropriate, but now we need to rewrite our laws just to jam in an oversized development. We have failed developments all over the neighborhood, in particular right up the street at 507 to 511 Kingston Road, an empty hole for years, or down the street at 73 to 83 Woodbine, which has been left derelict for years. Why are we approving new builds before old holes have been filled? While this development has all the usual issues with height and density impacts, there are far more concerning environmental issues. As mentioned by others previously, the environmental site assessment is insufficient and was done for a much smaller building with half the underground and no demolition of the existing rental. Perhaps more troubling, the staff report acknowledges the shortcomings of the functional servicing report in that, quote, hydrant flow was deficient and there may be a break in the system. The report does not conclude whether or not the site's fire and domestic flows can be met with the municipal water mains. And, quote, no investigation of the existing sewers was provided to explore the possibility of storm flow being removed from the combined system. The report does not propose an offset to the flow increase as required by the sewer capacity assessment guidelines. Ultimately, the report does not conclude whether or not municipal sewers can support the development. Staff's only recommendation seems to be a holding provision in the hopes sometime down the road the applicant will actually fulfill their incomplete application. Is council aware that the applicant has been doing what seems to be illegal and unpermitted work excavating contaminated soil on the site to build a temporary parking pad? Then there are the issues with the existing rentals. Despite the condo market crashing hard, this building is meant to be a condo except for the 11 rental replacement units. What I would like to know is, will the developer be able to demolish the existing rentals before they have enough condo purchases to start construction? Or do we risk losing housing to another empty hole that will sit there for years because the economics keep changing? The Housing Issues Report doesn't make clear when the 10-year limit on rent control expires and the property owner is free to crank rent high enough to drive out tenants. Does that open the possibility of selling those units, or are they forever rentals? And will the 7 parking spots being lost at the existing building be part of the rental replacement units, or will those renters have to sell their cars because there are no new street permits being issued? With the number of unresolved issues in the application, especially the fact that ESAs were not done for this proposal, and the applicant has yet to prove if the development is compatible with water and sewage, I implore council not to approve this application. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Stephen Dunn? Online? Stephen Dunn?
I'm here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
I have approval to show some 5 photos.
Okay. We're going to give you presenter rights.
Okay.
Go ahead. You should be able to do that now.
Okay. Just hit done, right? Okay. So can you see my first slide?
Not yet. Give it a minute. Press share.
Yes, I have been. It says, oh, okay. I have to tick my name, I think. Okay. Nothing?
Not yet.
Anyone with access. Oh, I think I done it by Google Drive. The
Why don't you just go ahead? Let's go ahead and speak to the item.
Okay. They have started excavating, as Adam said. Adam and Katie are neighbors of mine. We back onto the property. Our backyard is right there where they tore down the garage. So the 42 Hazlitt. My wife and I have lived here for 30 years. They have started excavating part of this site seemingly without a permit and not dealing with the contaminated soil. So I have pictures from February 27th of 2 backhoes and people driving those backhoes. Then on as recently as March 30th, they delivered or showed up here with numerous bags of black soil, topsoil, and they laid down you know, they covered the entire site with plastic rolls. It's really unfortunate. I can't show my pictures. However, the with the rain last night, the wind is blowing these around. I invite council to have a look at this site right now. And I wonder, you know, what is 311 or doing about it, or you know, we have to object to this strongly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to submit your pictures to the clerk and we could post it, add it to the document. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Christian Chan. Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Christian Chan. I'm the agent and land use planner for the applicant. Just like to thank community planning and urban design, as well as housing staff and transportation review staff for the collaborative efforts we've had throughout the iteration of this application since it was submitted. Just to clarify, the initial pack with staff was in 2024, not 2022. The development is proposed as, in terms of build form and massing, is an amalgamation of what the Major Streets provides along Woodbine Avenue for the Major Streets official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment with regards to setbacks and street wall height. And because the lot is a deep lot on a major street, we've discussed the height throughout many months with staff, ultimately resulting in an 11-story built form, recognizing that it is a deep site, and therefore the upper story massing of the building is pursuant to the updated 2024 mid-rise urban design guidelines as well. With respect to the rental replacement units, the existing building is proposed or is going to remain until demolition permits are going to be received. There's a tenant relocation and assistance plan that has been secured with, or that's being actively discussed to be secured with housing staff, with Drew, and also rent gap payments for the time that the development will be proceeding to construction. And also the tenants are to return with the equivalent rents that they're paying now. And there may be pursuant to further discussions with housing staff in order to achieve the 1-to-1 ratio of GFA for the rental replacement, an actual increase in rental units in the building to make up for the GFA by possibly an additional 2 rental units. With respect to traffic impacts, these concerns were raised at the public consultation meeting, and we've had our traffic consultant take a look at the impacts to the intersection and the safety issues arising around that to staff satisfaction. With respect to the building's massing and shadow impacts, that's also to staff satisfaction upon their peer review of the studies. And with respect to the environmental site assessment, we have been in discussions in the past few weeks with the engineer who has advised that the subsurface work was with respect to a previous iteration of a development, but that is irrespective of the type of development that's going to be proposed or that is proposed before you today. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks for the deputation, Mr. Chan. I understand that you're awaiting pending reports from the Ministry of Environment regarding the environmental conditions on the site. Is this correct?
Yes, Councillor. And also the certificate of property use was issued earlier this year, and there's an active record of site condition application that's being reviewed by the ministry.
Okay, we've heard from some residents today, complaints, concerns, even the previous deputant, that there's been activities ongoing on the site over the past couple of weeks, soil being disturbed, paving happening, and questions about whether or not this was in compliance with the certificate of use. Have you heard those concerns as well?
Yes, I have, Councillor.
Okay. the draft zoning bylaw currently includes a holding provision for site servicing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's to address the fire hydrant flow test that has, I understand, may have been fixed by Toronto Water. That still needs to be analyzed.
Still needs to be analyzed. Okay. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no other questions. You're ready to go. Laurie Tennant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Online. Laurie?
Hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My husband and I have owned our home on Hazlitt Avenue for 30 years and will be directly and negatively impacted by this development proposal should it be allowed to proceed as planned. We formally shared many detailed concerns in writing to the appropriate city council members and elected representatives, and now are adding our voices to this public forum in support of our multitude of neighbors who are equally opposed to this development proposal. Our home is directly behind the existing 4-story building at 419 Woodbine with our backyard facing the east wall. As it stands, we already experience noise, dirt, and debris blown onto our property, limited sunlight and privacy issues, with residential units overlooking our backyard and kitchen and bedroom windows. Currently, we only see a sliver of sun and daylight in the west sky. We do not want a 12-story building or similar in our backyard. It would be a deterrent to the quality of daily life and would entirely block out the sky, completely towering over us and affecting our privacy. It will lower the value of our property. Our home is over 100 years old, as are many of the homes in the neighborhood. The sheer impact of demolishing the existing 4-story building and excavating for a building of this magnitude with 2 levels of underground parking will completely destroy the integrity and structure of our home. It is no consolation that the applicant has made revisions to their proposal by reducing the height from 12 to 10 stories. 10 stories with an additional mechanical penthouse is still 11 stories. The revised plan still significantly exceeds the zoning height and density restrictions pardon me, for this residential area and will still significantly impact our neighborhood in many ways, including decreasing the hours of sunlight, increasing the hours of shade and shadow over nearby homes, increased traffic gridlock on Woodbine and Kingston Road, negative impacts to commuters and transit users, and an increase in safety concerns for pedestrians, cars, and cyclists at the already dangerous Woodbine-Kingston Road intersection. It is also not realistic to think that the existing transit system on the 92 Woodbine, 503 Kingston Road, and 501 Queen Street can support a significant increase in population when it cannot properly service the existing daily and seasonal demand. This is a residential area surrounded by low-rise single-family dwellings. We ask, why is the city considering amending the zoning bylaws to allow a building of this size? It is outrageous. The transportation safety, pedestrian, wind, tunnel, and environmental reports and studies posted on the city website for this zoning amendment request are contrary to the recommendations of the Director of Community Planning. We're not convinced that this is a good thing for our neighborhood, and as impacted homeowners and municipal taxpayers, we urge City Council members and our elected representatives to reject this proposal. We should be asking what is in the best interest of our community, not what is in the best interest of the design consultants and developers. It is obvious to us, and one sentence, obvious to us and our neighbors that any plan over 6 stories is not in the best interest of our community.
Thank you.
The development will severely and negatively impact and disrupt our community for years during demolition, excavation, and construction.
Thanks.
We object this zoning bylaw amendment for an 11-story building. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the time and your attention.
Thanks. Any questions, Deputy? Seeing none. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford.
Am I allowed to do a technical correction?
Sorry, you've already had your time.
Okay.
Sorry.
So who do I correct something that was made by the developer that needs to be made by council, known by council?
Send a letter to council.
Okay, but
Thank you.
if the vote's today, then you probably should know the technical issue today.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Just a couple quick questions of staff. Am I okay to proceed? Yep. To city planning, could you speak to the participation at the community consultation meeting on this project? How many people participated?
Through the chair, there was a virtual community consultation held on October 21st, and there were approximately, yeah, can you hear me now? There was a virtual community consultation held on October 21st of last year, and 51 community members attended that meeting.
Thanks very much. How much correspondence, emails have you received on this item?
We received numerous emails and phone calls, approximately 30, I would say. 30
emails or 30 phone calls?
30 emails and probably 10 additional phone calls.
Okay. Did you get back to those pieces of correspondence? People got responses?
We did, yes.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am going to, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move this to council without recommendations. I have additional questions on some of the environmental assessment stuff, some of the activities that's taking place on the site right now, and want to be sure to follow up on the concerns that have been raised by deputants today.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion here. All those in favor? Going to oppose? Carried. Okay, next item is T31.16, which is related to the last item. 419, 421, 423, and 425 Woodbine Avenue rental housing demolition application. There's one speaker on this item, which is Christian Chan. Did you want to speak again or no? Okay. Councillor Bradford.
I will move that without recommendations to council as well as it relates to the previous item.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Before I proceed.
Oh, we don't have quorum. He needs to stay.
Oh, Councillor Bradford.
Stay for.
Okay, he's in the. Okay, he's still here. Okay, we have bare quorum right now. Is item 4 ready? The transportation piece? No. Okay. So we will move going forward. The next item is T31.20 Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative Proposal. We have a number of speakers on this item. First up is Hania Cheng. Are you here? Okay. Arlene Chan. Okay. Chi Tam. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Turn your mic on. If it's red, turn it to green.
Hi. Okay, great. My name is Chi Tam. I'm the Managing Director of the Toronto Chinatown Land Trust. I'm trained as an urban planner and I also teach it at the University of Toronto's graduate programs. I'm also very active in the Community Land Trust movement that has seen a renaissance in Toronto specifically, so maybe we've talked prior because of that. So through this work, I have seen policy tools, I think, more advanced than what Toronto currently believes is possible for planning frameworks for cultural districts in general. I think you also might find it odd that so many of us have chosen to speak in what is a staff draft report of something that should be out and will come to you later as a final report in July. We're not here to oppose the draft. It's just that this is a rare opportunity for us to speak to a decision maker directly. We have participated very earnestly, very patiently over 6 years of consultations, not lining up for the food bank, et cetera, to do this work. And we find out and have very little trust that some of the policy recommendations will survive through this consultation process. And our network, I know the postal code of every single active voting member of the Toronto Chinatown Land Trust. It spans far beyond Ward 10 and 11 and is specifically very anchored in East York in general. And we have deep connections to Matlow's ward and also across to many areas. And so what I would like to say is The staff have earnestly produced what other neighborhood colleagues have told me is one of the most culturally responsive planning frameworks they have ever seen come to Toronto to table. That is very nice, but the fundamental framework of a planning framework itself relies on the assumption that the future of Chinatown will only be derivative of private sector actors and investments. There is no community development plan, there is no community improvement plan, there is no other material community economic development strategy that complements this planning framework, even though those pieces of work could be happening concurrently. And what I'm asking is for you all to listen to the stories of the people that are willing to speak on this item today. They can speak from extremely different perspectives. And if I may, I would like to show you a photo with my remaining time of what hell would look like as a result of us not doing further work. This is a real McDonald's that exists in a Chinatown in North America. If we only do planning frameworks and urban design guidelines, we will just have more multinational corporations putting on a costume. And I don't know if that's Toronto's specific vision for how we want to have cultural districts in the future where local businesses just will not exist, but we'll have like zombie lands of different cultural districts that look vaguely ethnic. I don't think that's in anyone's vision. And Toronto is like, so our brand is that we are the most multicultural city in Canada. So I find it embarrassing that we are far behind in terms of policy for a planning framework and a system and policy tools that we have not introduced to the city of Toronto that are behind other major metros in North America, when we are supposedly the home to the largest diaspora of Caribbean folks outside of the Caribbean. We are the largest home of Tibetan folks in Parkdale, outside of Nepal, et cetera, et cetera. That is constantly the claim about our population statistics. I would like to see you guys support work from, in the future, our councillors Sachs and Malik, and hopefully from Moise and Matlow regarding the cultural districts movements as they continue, and for senior leadership at the staff to also continue protecting those budget requests in the years to come that we will be working on together in the future. So that is why we're speaking today, and hopefully you can get a sense of Chinatown's story through all the folks that are here today. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for all the time you're spending with me and my colleagues and staff doing the best we can in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Anson Neg?
Anson's right here.
Hello. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Is it on?
Yes, it is.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. That's a lot of people. Dear City Council, my name is Anson Ng, and I am a landscape painter. My mother and I immigrated to Toronto in 1992, where my family ran a restaurant for nearly 20 years just south of Chinatown called Thai Princess. As one of the first Thai restaurants in the city, I witnessed over decades how food can shape the cultural landscape of our city. I spent much of my childhood in our restaurant and in Chinatown because it was the only place our family was together. By running the restaurant, my family were able to give me the opportunity to pursue an education. I attended art school, something exceedingly rare in a working-class immigrant household. I graduated into the pandemic and returned to a Chinatown that felt abandoned, with streets empty, lights off, and businesses disappearing. That's when I started painting our neighborhood. Over the past few years, I've painted and documented businesses across the GTA, many of which did not survive. Through this ongoing series, I've come to understand the decades of lived experience over our neighborhood holds. Stories of prejudice faced by our ancestors and generations of labor for survival. These paintings and all of the history they carry are now held in businesses, households, airports, and museums across Canada. As an immigrant who, like many before me, lost a direct connection to where I came from, this place, this Chinatown, became my home, my identity, and my community. We are not just preserving the past, we are protecting a living community. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Deputant?
I just want to say thank you.
Okay. Sandy Jean Loop Yeep. Sandy, are you here? No. Agnes Mann, online. Agnes?
Hello?
Hi, we could hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
thank
3
you.
minutes. Maybe speak closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Agnes Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Chinese Canadian National Council for Social Justice. Quick background, we are a nonprofit organization with a mission to educate, engage, and advocate for equity and social justice. Building on over 4 decades of community activism, including redress for the Chinese head tax and Chinese Exclusion Act, our organization has been at the forefront of the movement to combat anti-Asian racism. In partnership with the city's Toronto for All program, we have worked with community organizations to run 2 anti-Asian racism campaigns to combat anti-Asian racism. We are here today to support our community. Chinatowns are hubs and incubators for arts and culture. They offer low-cost food, groceries, and other supplies by local business operators. They provide affordable housing as well as shelters to those precariously hosted, underhoused, and unhoused. They're also workplaces for long-time residents, newcomers, refugees, and the undocumented. Seniors enjoy community support in Chinatown that facilitate their independent living. Many also look to Chinatown for essential life-saving health programs, including harm reduction and mental health services. Last week, our organization invited representatives from Vancouver, Edmonton, Montreal, and Toronto Chinatowns to our national forum in Toronto. We also invited an expert advisor from UNESCO to explore how the UN agency can recognize the tangible and intangible heritage, and more importantly, community reliance embodied by the Chinatowns globally. Loudly and clearly, advocates from various cities are calling for meaningful engagement by different levels of the government to develop and implement policies and strategies with dedicated resources to prevent displacement. We believe that true progress of any community, including Chinatown, is measured by its ability to lift up those that are most vulnerable and marginalized. A consensus was reached that preserving and recognizing Chinatown's cultural significance by any authority has to come with actions to protect the expression of culture and heritage of Chinese Canadian identity. To all of us, a healthy and thriving Chinatown should not be just a tourist attraction, but provide affordable housing, gainful employment opportunities, equitable health, including mental health and social services, as well as collaborative community development. The current Chinatown Planning Initiative Proposals Report represent an important first step for the City Council to realize this vision. To build on this foundation, we urge you to implement concrete measures with investment of resources. From our view, such an investment is in line with the most recent Toronto budget that prioritize affordability, safety, and excellence in community services for all. So we urge you to request an amendment to the report to uphold what we just spoke about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy? Seeing none. Thank you. Sandy Jean Loop Yeep, that's you in front of me. Okay. Jean Lup, thank you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Yap. I'm a resident of East Chinatown and support our Chinatown revitalization efforts across Canada and Montreal. Chinatown matters to me because they represent a historic anchor and built-form legacy of Chinese Canadian history. I'm also a 4th-generation Quebecois Chinois, and our ancestral home in Montreal is still standing in its original location in Chinatown. I say still standing because in 2021, our community sounded the alarm on the land assembly and block purchase of the southwest corner of Chinatown by developer where my great-grandfather's house stood. The community mobilization saved our house from demolition. In 2022, Montreal's Chinatown received official heritage status from the province of Quebec and city of Montreal, followed by municipal zoning to restrict height and density to guard against overdevelopment and protect its historic character, and the adoption of a 5-year action plan. Our JAW Foundation was born out of that community mobilization, of which I'm a contributing member. And since 2022, we've been actively working to protect and promote the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of Montreal's Chinatown. I'm here to support the Chinatown Advocacy Network and share some lessons from Montreal. The City of Montreal responded to the heritage designation and the community mobilization with swift policy change that went beyond empty cultural recognition. It was the zoning and land use policy change that saved Chinatown from active erasure due to real estate speculation and out-of-context developments that did not respect the human scale and heritage context of the neighborhood. Think 315 Spadina. Similar to the community improvement project area that CAN is advocating for, Montreal's 5-year action plan provided the basic policy framework to ensure the city follow-up with concrete actions. Although the level of funding commitment for community infrastructure investment fell short in the past years, such policy measures have seen visible effect, including many initiatives taken by a JAW Foundation. So on the screen, you see in the yellow, the Wings Noodle building that we're actively protecting, and that's the institutional node. And in the spirit of sort of a history repeating itself, my grandfather's house is right beside that. Our Chinatowns have faced historic generations of systemic discrimination and blatant exclusion. My family, like others, have endured these impacts. I've also witnessed the expropriation of the land surrounding my great-grandfather's house in the 1970s through gentrification and overdevelopment. So you see that space. We lost our church, we lost our park, we lost our school. All of the expropriation that surrounds my grandfather's house is something that I witnessed.
So please wrap up.
Yes, in conclusion, concrete protectionary measures aligned with strong planning policies and dedicated funds for existing community infrastructure will enable Chinatowns to thrive. Governments need to actively provide resources and support anti-displacement tools and initiatives like the Toronto Chinatown Land Trust and actively work with similar organizations like CAN. So the opportunity rests for this City Council to counter the narrative of a disappearing Chinatown and develop a legacy Chinatown planning framework. What is the legacy that you will leave behind? We fought this since the turn of the century, and as the picture below depicts, that's my feeling and history of the heritage of my Chinatown in Montreal.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Diana Yoon? 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi there, committee. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, councillors who have been working to support Chinatown initiatives. My name is Diana Yoon, and I'm here as a concerned citizen to address the Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative. I speak to this as a former Friends of Chinatown community organizer, a former board of director for Cecil Community Center, and a current member of the Toronto Chinatown Land Trust. The Chinatown Tomorrow Initiative came after years of our community shining a light from 2019 onwards regarding the potential threat of gentrification from 315 Spadina's development proposal. I was part of a group that brought community members together who had historically been excluded from traditional city planning processes. And that's where we are today. From this, City Council urged the directors of city planning, housing secretariat, and social development and finance administration to do a number of things, including to protect existing and create new affordable housing and community services in the area. When we're here at committee, the housing and livability are key pillars in the new draft West Chinatown Planning Framework. But our concerns remain the same, and they've probably escalated. These recommendations, we are worried that they do not amount to any serious commitments from the City of Toronto, and it may not meet the original direction given by City Council in 2019. While the city can encourage developers to work with social housing providers and community land trusts us. We need to really make sure what steps are being taken to build that kind of age-friendly, multi-generational living. And this is unlikely to occur without public investment and facilitated engagement and real steps. So in Chinatown Advocacy Network's demands, one is to adopt a secondary plan, or, this may look like revising the downtown secondary plan to involve stronger anti-displacement measures. So I looked at other secondary plans where this has been done. In Mount Dennis secondary plan, their policy 12.5 requires development applicants to demonstrate through their applications how their proposed development responds to the City Council adopted community development plan, including addressing anti-displacement. They're also looking at creating a community defense fund. And with funding from social development, they're going to create an equity scorecard to track the progress of developments to make sure that they can contribute to fair and inclusive outcomes that are in line with their action plan. And that kind of equity scorecard can help identify these risks of displacement, barriers to equity, and measures to promote anti-displacement efforts for residents and businesses. So we know that this is a step forward. We just hope that the displacement and erosion of affordable housing is taken seriously. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading all the comments from the numerous passionate folks who are speaking about Chinatown today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Sebastian Tansel, you here? Sebastian Tansel. Linda Zhang? Online? Okay. Linda Zhang is online. Linda, you want to mute yourself? Linda?
A former speaker is now here.
Yeah, I'll go back to the list. I'll come back to Linda. Let's go to Kimberly Chow, C-H-U. Kimberly? No. Jeanette Lai, L-I-U. Okay.
Actually, two.
Okay. Yes, you could speak separately or combine your time. So together you have 6 minutes, individually you have 3 minutes. You can do what you like.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Liu. And I'm Joanna Liu. And we are second generation owners of Yitong Restaurant in Toronto's original Chinatown, which is actually just a few steps away from here. Our parents opened our restaurant in 1986, and they were told that they wouldn't last a month. Almost 40 years later, we are still standing.
But the truth is, many others are not. We're among the last of the original pillars in our city's old Chinatown. We're watching Chinatown change in real time. Family-run businesses that built this neighborhood, that fed our communities, created jobs, and carried culture forward are disappearing at an alarming rate. Not because they failed, but because the system was not built for them to survive. Chinatown is not just a place. It is history, resilience, immigration, and sacrifice. It is where people who had nothing built something for all of us. And the question that we need to ask today is, who gets protected and who gets left behind?
So I lead the kitchen at Yitong Restaurant, and everything we serve today comes from decades of work, from our parents, from our kitchen, and from our team. But behind every dish are rising costs, long hours, and real pressure to just keep going. We are adapting every day, But there's a limit to how much a small, family-run business can carry on its own. Recognition alone is not enough. You cannot preserve a community with plaques, designations, or symbolic gestures if there are no real protections behind them. Right now, we are still here, but we are not left unscathed.
If the current plan does not include real protections, enforceable policies, meaningful investment funding, then we are not preserving Chinatown. Rather, we are documenting its loss. And I want to be very clear about what this represents. The street our restaurant stands on was once a part of Toronto's original Chinatown. Today, we are the last one still standing. We're trying to hold on to something that has already been disappearing amongst us. So this is not just a story about one singular restaurant. It's a story about what happens when a city allows its cultural communities to slowly erode, piece by piece, until there is nothing left.
And this is not just about Chinatown. This is about every cultural community across the city. It's about Little India, it's about J-Town, it's about Little Jamaica. Yes. This is about whether or not we choose to protect our culture and not just talk about it. There are other parts of the city that have historic protections. Chinatown is not afforded the same, and we have to ask why. Is it because our communities were too busy surviving to advocate for themselves? Or is it because our parents didn't have the language or the access or to be in rooms just like this one? So we are not here to stand quietly. We are here to make sure that what our parents built is not lost because no one chose to act.
So what is decided here today matters far beyond this room. It becomes a signal. It tells people, will one of the most historic cities in our country fight to preserve its culture or not? And it starts here in this room, and it starts with Chinatown.
And one day people will ask, what happened to Chinatown?
And we'll have to answer. We watched it disappear, or we chose together to protect it.
Our parents fought very hard to build something, and our generation is fighting back to keep it alive. We are not asking for handouts. We are not asking for real protections. We are asking for the ability to continue to remain an integral part of the city. Because once these places are gone, we cannot rebuild them. We can't recreate 40 years of history, and we cannot recreate the hands that built them.
So the question here today is, can Chinatown survive? Sorry. So the question here today is not, can Chinatown survive? It's, will we choose to protect it while it's still standing, while it's still alive, and while the people who built it are still here with us?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs has questions for you.
I do have a question, thank you. I mean, I'm in terms of, you've just, first of all, your restaurant's great. Thank you very much for that. In the motion we passed last week at council, one of the things we asked for was commercial rent control to help protect small businesses. Do you agree that that would significantly help small restaurants like yours survive?
It would help tremendously, because that's our biggest cost right now. And especially during COVID and when a lot of people couldn't come back to City Hall, it really hurt us. So just, I think trying to survive and pay for rent right now is our biggest cost.
Right. And you're aware, are you aware that the city can't create commercial rent control, only the province can do that? You know that, right?
I did not know.
Okay. And are you aware that council passed last week my motion asking the province to do that in Chinatown?
I have not, no.
Okay. Do you think it would help?
It would help tremendously, yes.
Right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Reedy, or Reed, R-E-I-D-Y. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You were right, Megan Reedy. I'm here on behalf of the Chinatown BIA, the Business Improvement Area. So thank you, our neighbors. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see everyone here too, actually. So I will echo that. I think it's exciting that everyone can be here to be seen and to be heard. First, I'll just remind the group that the 2025 consultation report recommended what they called an accelerating supports program for the community with specific reference to the unsafe and poorly maintained buildings, or some unsafe, poorly maintained buildings. The report suggested grants or low interest loans for maintaining those upgrades and to make Chinatown more safe and more welcoming. Just like to remind, that's just a note. We're aware of some city programs that offer that funding for businesses and for property owners, but nothing specifically related to that one piece. I'll also remind the group of the report's commitment to supporting societies and meeting places who have that legacy knowledge of the neighborhood and may also benefit from that funding to take care of their businesses and their buildings physically. When it comes to the framework today, the BIA would like to thank the team for prioritizing street safety related to crime, vandalism, and the physical safety of businesses, their owners, and their customers. The pedestrian experience, improving the sidewalks and storefront access while keeping the open air businesses alive is very exciting to us. The proposed changes to the usage of Dundas and Spadina, allowing for taller buildings and more innovative architectural design and engineering is something that the BIA supports and is exciting to see, with, of course, the thoughtful consideration of the neighborhood's aesthetic, which we also have read that's been considered. We ask that for continued support when it comes to parking on Dundas Street and Spadina Street, where all of our businesses are located. They've been affected by a TTC pilot or changes within the TTC because of a pilot program recently. And finally, we're happy that the study and the planning framework recognizes and mentions often that people come to Chinatown to speak Chinese languages and dialects. So we just ask that as motions and updates are introduced, that they be done so maybe not in multiple languages, but with enough time to be translated and disseminated to the community properly. And overall, the BIA is excited about these plans. Just like everyone else, we're excited that Chinatown's on the map on everyone's minds, just as Chinatowns across the nation are. We've been speaking with Vancouver and Calgary and other BIAs who are hopefully doing the same things to move forward and progress. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to go back to the top of the list. Hania Cheng, are you here?
Let's go. This one's got a lot to say some good stuff, guys.
Thanks, Jen.
You have 3 minutes.
Hello, counselors. My name is Hania Cheng. I'm an artist and cultural worker based out of Chinatown Center and a certified Chinatown kid. When my mom came to Toronto from Guangzhou in 1989, she said Chinatown was the closest thing she had to home. She worked as a cashier in grocery stores across the neighborhood at a time when there were many more than the 3 that remain today. Everything I know about being Chinese, I learned from Chinatown. And as I grew up, I learned about the shameful history of violence and erasure legislated against us. Chinese laborers built the railway and thousands died doing it. I learned about the head tax, the only race-based tax in Canadian history, and then the Exclusion Immigration Act banned our people from entering this country for 20 years. In 1947, the same year that the Exclusion Act was repealed, the City of Toronto voted to bulldoze the original Chinatown to erect new City Hall, the building that we're sitting in today. Later, there were plans to demolish what remained of Chinatown for the Eaton Center parking lot, and after the community was displaced to where it is today on Dundas, City Council tried to put an expressway through Spadina. But I didn't just learn about what was done to us. I also learned about how our communities fought back and took care of each other. I learned about intricate mutual aid networks, family associations, and people like Jean Lum, who opened her home and restaurant so others could find housing, work, and community. I learned that in a system that was not built for us, the community fought I learned that in a system that was not built for us, we built our own systems to survive. Every time the city tried to erase Chinatown, the community fought to keep it alive. And so here we are again. In 2019, this council passed a motion to study Chinatown. In that time, we organized, showed up, and made clear demands for community control. What we got instead was delay, weak policy, and a draft plan with zero teeth. Based on historical patterns of behavior, we know how this story plays out. City council will either actively displace Chinatown or performatively tolerate it. Meanwhile, community members continue to do the work that the city won't. We've been strengthening the solidarity economy, creating cultural spaces, and caring for this neighborhood with almost no resources. Groups like Friends of Chinatown Toronto, Long Time No See Collective, Toronto Chinatown Land Trust, Chinatown Advocacy Network, Butterfly Asian Migrant Sex Workers Support Network, and many others are continuing that legacy of mutual aid. Chinatown is not just a neighborhood. It is infrastructure for survival, where elders access care in their mother tongue, families pass down culture and heritage, where working class immigrants can relax their shoulders and afford to exist. This draft falls short, and we know what comes next if nothing changes. Land assemblies, rising rents, displacement, cultural erasure, another apology years later, and a plaque when it's finally too late. We're not interested in another apology or the policy equivalent of a plaque. We're asking you to act and break this cycle of fighting against us. We're asking you to fight with us. Immediately designate Chinatown as a community improvement project area, advance a heritage conservation study and a secondary plan, commit real public funding to keep Chinatown affordable. Chinatown is not disappearing on its own. It's being lost through political inaction. And that responsibility sits in this room.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Arlene Chan.
Eileen, let's go. Yes. Let's do this. It's a legend right here.
Nice to see you again.
Likewise, and it's hard following all these amazing speeches beforehand, but so I'm a Chinatown historian and a former resident of Chinatown, and I'm here to urge this council to recognize that the Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative requires tangible funding. And to understand why we need your support, let's first look at the historical context of West Chinatown. The Chinese community's history here is one of incredible resilience in the face of systemic discrimination. The 35 years of the head tax imposed on only Chinese immigrants and the subsequent 24 years of the Chinese Exclusion Act caused irreparable harm from 1885 until 1947. These discriminatory immigration policies stunted population growth, separated families, intensified anti-Chinese public opinion, and isolated the community. The gender balance was severe with a male-female ratio of 18:1. And a so-called bachelor society of married men faced the hardships of family separation and loneliness. Family associations became their foundation and anchor by providing banking, settlement, housing, legal, social, and employment services, and most significantly, a sense of belonging. Despite the repeal of the Chinese Immigration Act in 1947, family reunification faced immigration hurdles for another 20 years, and it was not until 1967 when Chinese immigrants could apply for entry to Canada on equal footing with other immigrants. Most significantly, we must remember that West Chinatown exists because the city expropriated and bulldozed most of Toronto's original Chinatown in the 40s and 50s to make way for new City Hall and the public square where we're meeting today. Displaced residents and businesses were forced to migrate west and rebuild. After New City Hall opened in 1965, Chinatown faced further expropriation due to land speculation and development. The city issued the report, A Plan for the Preservation of Chinatown, and the Save Chinatown campaign mobilized the community, a campaign led by my mother, Jean Lum, the first Chinese-Canadian woman to receive the Order of Canada. What was left standing in Chinatown was saved. West Chinatown has since been built on mutual aid, informal networks, and a working-class community. It is at a crossroads again. We are facing increasing threats of development, gentrification, and displacement. Recovery continues from the impacts of SARS and the pandemic. In closing, I ask this council to prioritize a funding framework necessary for Chinatown tomorrow. Let's build on our community's resilience so that Chinatown remains a place where everyone, regardless of income or background, can still find a sense of belonging and experience its richness for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I know we're out of time. Thank you very much for all of your work. I just wanted to make sure, I mean, you talked about resources. Are you aware that under the strong mayor system, only the mayor can make funding decisions? The money has to come from the mayor's budget.
So funding decisions, I'm talking about, subsidies for rent and, possible grant subsidies. So yes, and I understand what you're saying as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Sebastian Tansel here? I called earlier.
Oh, sorry. Yes, okay. That is me.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Sorry, may I just quickly grab up my notes? Apologies.
And while you're doing that, is Kimberly Chow here? CHAU? No? Okay. So, Sebastian, you're the last speaker then.
Thank you.
We closed the speakers list at 10 o'clock this morning. Sorry. Go ahead, Sebastian.
Okay. Members of the committee, thank you. I'm here to speak today on behalf of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust, a nonprofit that acquires and provides the management of land off the speculative real estate market in the bounded area, which includes the west side of Spadina Avenue, neighboring and overlapping with Chinatown. Chinatown is our neighbor, and as such, the health of our communities is intertwined. I also speak as someone who loves Chinatown. As a proud member of the Chinese Indonesian diaspora, I frequented Chinatown since I was 4, when my family first immigrated to this country. Chinatown has always been the place my parents brought my brother and I to buy affordable groceries, affordable clothes, affordable haircuts, cheap long-distance phone cards. It was the place to eat really delicious meals and to access culturally appropriate services that allowed our family to integrate into Toronto. The cultural vibrancy of Chinatown has always been under attack, just like in Kensington Market. Chinatown is a historic immigrant community shaped by generations who endured systemic discrimination. The solution to these structural issues isn't simply more parades and Chinese holiday shoutouts. It's rooted fundamentally in protecting the neighborhood from market forces which seek to gentrify out the affordable retailers, homes, and culturally relevant services. The Chinatown Land Trust has observed an increase in land assemblies and major infrastructure projects that are reshaping the area, placing more residents, small legacy businesses, and cultural spaces at growing risk of being pushed out. While the current draft is a step forward, it does not yet include the measures required to meaningfully prevent displacement. Chinatown needs stronger protections now. We ask, on behalf of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust, to designate West Chinatown as a community improvement project area immediately with dedicated long-term funding for legacy businesses, tenants, community infrastructure, and collectively stewarded space. It is symbolic recognition alone without real investment is not enough. We ask for a heritage conservation district study similar to Kensington Markets that protects Chinatown's full cultural fabric, including clan associations, community institutions, locally serving businesses, and built and intangible heritage. Preserving buildings cannot come at the cost of displacing communities that give them meaning. Kensington Market and Chinatown are distinct communities, and we wish to see Chinatown receive the same privileges, protections, and resources that Kensington Market has secured through an HED. We are fully supportive of the development of Chinatown's own heritage conservation district study. And we want to see this committee deliver meaningful cultural redress alongside permanent public investment in housing and community infrastructure that reflects Chinatown's needs. Recognition must be paired with repair. Without these concrete measures, the planning framework will fail the very community it claims to support. And as neighbors, we support the ongoing advocacy of Chinatown Advocacy Network, and we urge this council to meaningfully engage them in this process and act with the urgency this moment requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you. So we're going to resume this item after lunch, which will be at 1:30. So before you leave, don't go away yet. Councilor Matlow, we are bare quorum, so please come back at 1:30. And before we go, can you just add 2 items to the agenda? Again, just quickly.
Thank you, guys.
I don't know. So the first one is Councilor Fletcher's. Yeah, implementation of a commercial loading zone on Queen Street East. All those in favor of adding this item to the agenda? Opposed, carried. The second item is from Deputy Mayor Malik. Building new infrastructure in Liberty Village by advancing Liberty New Street in alignment with the opening of a station. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So please, 1:30 sharp. Don't be late.
Yeah.
We have quorum. So the item that we are going to resume speaking on is T31.20, Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative Proposed Report. We're now taking it in-house to speakers. Okay, Councillor Sass, go ahead.
Yes, questions of staff. First to the heritage staff. Do you agree that Chinatown is a highly valued and valuable part of Toronto?
Absolutely.
And what's your plan to protect the cultural and intangible heritage of Chinatown?
Well, the first thing we have to do is a very comprehensive cultural heritage resource assessment, which will identify a variety of ways that we can ensure protection.
All right, and is a cultural heritage resource assessment as effective as a heritage conservation district study?
They're actually different things. A cultural heritage resource assessment, it takes a wider view, has a larger boundary, and considers a number of factors. And some of the recommendations of a CHRA might be for one or more heritage conservation districts, individual listings, designations, that sort of thing.
But is this the correct next step?
It is absolutely.
And you've already received direction from council last week to move this forward, right?
Yes.
Do you need any additional authority that we could give you here today?
At present, no, but I'll let you know if I find something.
All right, great. To planning. Is there any reason why the Chinatown planning framework cannot contain the same anti-displacement measures as the Mount Dennis plan?
Through the chair, there are language in the planning framework that speaks to anti-displacement in terms of first right of refusal and leasing to local businesses and services. However, staff are happy to explore and include the anti-displacement language similar to what's in the Mount Dennis secondary plan.
Super. Appendix 2 of your staff report shows boundaries. Are those the appropriate boundaries for a community improvement project area designation, and have you done adequate consultation on those boundaries?
Through the chair, yes. The boundaries has been shared with the community working group, and it was shown as part of our community consultation process, and is what is economic development and culture is using as the basis for the community improvement project area.
When will you have a draft of the Chinatown Community Improvement Plan to propose to the community and to council?
Through the chair, I'll direct this to economic development and cultural staff.
Through the chair, further to our direction from council, we'll be reporting with recommendations to the June meeting of Planning and Housing Committee.
Oh, great. Subject to funding in the mayor's budget, the community improvement plan could include a loan or grant component, such as we heard the deputy's request.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, you also heard, back to planning, during your consultation, you heard strong desire for more public space for community and cultural activities, correct?
Yes, through the chair.
And expanding the cultural plaza that exists on Huron Street by pedestrianizing the piece of Huron Street that's adjacent, that could help meet that need?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And how does your proposal in terms of protecting Chinatown compare to what Montreal has done to protect its Chinatown?
Through the chair, the draft planning framework would be a first step in similar to the policies or the guidelines that can come out of it.
But what else do we need to do? Is there any reason we can't do the same as Montreal? And what would it take to do that?
Through the chair, Mary McDonald, Heritage Planning. I think the Montreal example is wonderful, and yes, it's more sort of in the heritage world that I was talking about with the Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment, and we have radically different legislative frameworks between here and Quebec. Quebec allows you, through the province, to protect intangible heritage. Here in Ontario, it's a little bit more difficult, but our staff is up to the challenge of doing that and have been demonstrating that work already. So I would feel very confident that what you see in the Montreal, we can bring our expertise to that.
Okay. So again, in order to achieve what Montreal has achieved, recognizing we've got a much more hostile provincial government, are we doing everything we can?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much.
My first question is for staff, just to hear a little bit more about how this framework can be used in negotiations with developers.
Through the chair, community planning will direct applicants to the planning framework to incorporate the principles that are included in the framework into their proposals. The development criteria within the planning framework relate to public realm improvements, supporting local businesses, housing, preserving West Chinatown's identity and culture, built form, and public engagement. Planning frameworks have been used successfully in other areas in the city, for example, with Bathurst, St. Clair.
And prior to a framework like this, those principles and those approaches were just, I guess, raised application by application?
Through the chair, yes.
All right. How does the community improvement plan and the cultural heritage resource assessment fit into the protections being moved forward for Chinatown?
Through the chair, I'll begin with the community improvement plan, then share with staff and heritage planning to speak to the resource assessment. So the community improvement plan is a tool that will enable the city to provide financial incentives to culturally significant businesses in the area, and they're intended to help combat issues of displacement. So we'll be reporting with recommendations for what types of tools could be considered to align with the framework as part of our upcoming report to planning and housing in June.
Through the chair, and the CHRA provides detailed historic context-related research, field review, community engagement, and understanding of the heritage value of the area within a single report. And within that report, there will be recommendations for a variety of tools that can be used, some of which might be the Heritage Act, some of which might be other things that we see as advantageous for the area. So they are separate, CIPs and this are separate, although at some point there might be some synergies in terms of historic resources.
All right. So there was quite a few questions about a secondary plan and what it can do and how it relates to this framework. Can you speak a little bit more about any opportunities to bring changes to the secondary plan through this framework?
Through the chair, there are proposed changes to the downtown secondary plan within our recommendations to redesignate the lands from mixed-use areas 3 to mixed-use areas 2. There may be other changes that could be contemplated as we're doing further consultation with the community. The intent is for the West Chinatown planning framework to complement the secondary plan.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from anyone else? No, seeing none. Okay, we'll go to speakers. So you have a question?
No, I have.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion.
Okay.
So first of all, I want to thank the deputies. I mean, we heard loud and clear how important Chinatown is to you, and I hope you also heard from staff. We recognize Chinatown is a valued and valuable part of our city and needs help. We're doing what we can to help. We do have a very, very different provincial government here than Quebec does, and a much more hostile to the municipal government, much more hostile to the kinds of things we're trying to do here, leaving aside the financial starving. But that's another problem. But within that constraint, we are doing what we can. So in my motion, which is quite long, I am building on the extensive work that was done by staff that's led to the planning framework. And again, I just want to remind everybody, this motion is on top of the cultural heritage motion that was adopted by council last week that I moved and Deputy Mayor Malik seconded. So they have to be read together. And so I'm asking, first of all, the Development Review and Housing Secretariat to complete the Chinatown planning framework. What we have here is a draft. They have to come back to us with a complete planning framework. And my motion and Deputy Mayor Malik's motion are asking them to make sure that in that planning framework, when they bring it back, it includes some of the things, as many of the things as possible that you've asked for. looking for opportunities to support the stability and growth of the community, cooperative, and non-market housing, including the land trusts. The specific instruction to go ahead now, take the steps to designate West Chinatown as a community improvement project area with the boundaries that are in attachment 2 of the staff report that's been posted, and which staff have again confirmed have been discussed with you. Paragraph 3 is to ensure that the final Chinatown planning framework adequately supports the proposed Chinatown Cultural District designation that I dealt with last week, and to report back as part of the final Chinatown planning framework with any appropriate changes to the planning framework that we need. Recommendations for the community improvement plan that we know we need. The community improvement project area only works if there's a community improvement plan. Recommendations relating to community requests for the Heritage Conservation District study and for a secondary plan. Any other appropriate tools to which the city can support renovations, landscape, and facade improvements. And again, we know that could be included in the community improvement plan, but it'll only come into effect if the mayor provides the money in the budget. Next steps for including inclusionary zoning for affordable housing, which we can only do when the province lets us do it, because they keep dangling inclusionary zoning in front of us and yanking it back at the last second. Any appropriate changes to the draft Chinatown planning framework to include public realm, open space, and public art, as well as strategy for laneway improvement and animation, which we heard loud and clear. Recommendations relating to conclusion of the anti-displacement policies found in the Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan. They have to at least review those policies, see what we can bring in here. And a procedure to make sure that this framework and the cultural district designation are considered in review of all development applications. And finally, a specific direction to report back to the appropriate committee, which may or may not be this one, in the second quarter of this year, with recommendations about expanding the Huron Cultural Plaza, which would mean pedestrianizing that piece of Huron Street, either full-time or part-time, so there's more space for community and cultural activities. So that's what we're telling staff to do. And there's more coming from my colleague. It's a lot of work to be done, but it's building on all the work that you've all participated in for the last 2.5 years. This work is hard. It requires a lot of different divisions to work together. There's many competing interests, as you know. We're doing our best to do what we can for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to begin by first directing folks to my motion on the screen, but most of all to thank everyone who has come and spoken today. But I know that today, from what we heard, the 45 plus letters that we've received, that is just one opportunity and visibility for how much engagement and care, thoughtfulness, expertise that has been brought into this process. I have been really honored to be able to be present at many of the consultation meetings, to host opportunities myself through my office, to invite the engagement. And the way that this was done was led and in collaboration with what was heard by our planning staff from community about making this a genuine confidence building, trust improving experience with the city for us to be able to land on a framework and all the complementary elements that reflect back the discussions and the priorities of the community, and also to ensure that we are not in a position as we have been before when it comes to the city's plans and strategies where those land and the action only happens after a very long gap. And that's what we're working to do, is to ensure that as this draft proposal comes forward, that we are hearing back, seeing the refinement, seeing the improvements that we can make to the recommendations, and to be able to ensure that when this lands in July, it is ready to go, and that we can put those requests forward that invite the opportunity for action that is related to a budget allocation and that can be seen and felt by the community as well. And I'm grateful for our continued engagement on that. And since the original direction in 2019, it has been so important to work with community on developing this plan and framework, identifying those very key tools to protect Chinatown from the ongoing displacement that we have heard about and the loss of cultural heritage, and also talking about how we support and preserve legacy businesses while also making sure that a new generation of Torontonians who are committed and connected to Chinatown also have an opportunity to weave themselves into the fabric and the story of this incredible neighborhood. And it is time for the city to continue to fulfill that duty and to make sure that that duty is reflected back in our work together when it comes to the Chinatown community. From the Chinatown Land Trust, community elders, local business owners, we have heard so clearly what the priorities are in this community. Investment without displacement, support for small businesses, better and safer public spaces, more community and cultural social infrastructure, more affordable housing, and no element of this is one that we quibble with. The alignment is there as local representatives and alongside each other in our community. And I have to give credit to the planning staff through that hard work and working alongside the community and being responsive to what you have been sharing, that this draft proposal can be seen publicly and continue to be reacted to for us to get to the best place that we can through that engagement that has characterized this whole process. We have talked about some of those key priorities and making sure that when it comes to each of those elements, that cultural heritage is woven into what is so incredible in this very vibrant, growing, and we know much loved community. A lot of work and serious consultation has happened over the last 3 years. All of that is what has allowed us to get to this point. And I do believe that this proposal report responds to the significant number of requests and priorities that have been shared with us. And the additional amendments, again, continue to strengthen this framework to make it more practical and more powerful as a tool and as example for how we do this work. I do look forward to the work that we will continue to do together on this. Again, the speakers here today, the letters we have received, but most of all, the conversations that we've had over the last while definitely gives us everything that we need to continue to guide this process forward to the final report in July, which I am looking forward to very much, and our conversation is not done. I will just point to some of the key elements of my motion that, again, is continuing to advance our work together. Urban design guidelines for West Chinatown, doing a jurisdictional scan of secondary plans in Ontario that include enforceable anti-displacement measures in consultation with community. We know there is so much community expertise on this, and that has to be part of our next phase driving to July. Making sure that the cultural heritage assessment is top of mind, and looking at every option that we have to support affordable retail and cultural spaces, and not just to lock us into one particular policy, but to be expansive in what those options are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
So I want to begin by thanking our city staff who are doing incredibly important, meaningful legacy work for our communities in our city, and I'm really grateful for the work that you've been doing. To the local councillors for your very acute and responsive advocacy for the communities that you serve. The work you're doing is both for the local community, but frankly for our city as a whole. And to the Chinatown community and those of you who are advocating here today, and this is really just a reflection of all the work you've done for so long. City Hall should be the vehicle, but you are the driver. I've said this to the local community in my area in Little Jamaica, who are doing the very same thing. And this is, I mean, the work that we're doing together is whether you are, like I think one of the speakers who talked about being a young person but learning what it's like to be Chinese by growing up around Chinatown, or a mom in Ajax who I spoke with who takes her kids to Little Jamaica to touch where their parents and their grandparents moved here in the 70s. Same thing for a young person growing up in rural Ontario who comes to the Church Wellesley Village and finally finds a community that will embrace them for who they are. And same goes for Little Iran, Banglatown, and other areas of our city that are so reflective of the diversity that we celebrate and really is core to who we are as Torontonians. This is legacy work that we should be so proud of. It's so meaningful. But one of the big challenges that we face, I find, and I imagine our heritage planning staff will attest to, is that we have a false binary debate between protecting our heritage and the critical mission that we're on to make progress when it comes to addressing the housing crisis. I don't believe we need to choose. And if we are thoughtful people, we know that one can hold more than one thought at the same time. There is no reason why we can't support increased housing supply, in a particular housing supply that also involves rent-geared income, below market rent, lots of different opportunities for more people of every age to be able to live in this unaffordable city, while still being able to preserve what we value within. There can be change. There is going to be change, but change needs to be managed so that it's affordable to all, that it reflects those who built the communities in the first place, and it's a home to those in the future that, as some of the speakers alluded to, isn't just a museum of what used to be there. I don't want Little Jamaica just to be the murals that are on the walls. I want it to be the people and the artists and the barber shops and everything that makes Little Jamaica special, just like I want for Chinatown, just like I want for every cultural district. So this is a work in progress, and as Councillor Sachs articulated very well, the laws here are very different in Quebec and in New York, and we often look to California and other jurisdictions. Our laws are very weak. Sometimes they don't exist. The system isn't set up for success, and that's why we need to be creative, working pragmatically within this imperfect system to create opportunities to, again, advance progress while preserving what we value, and ultimately advocate for changes within government and changes within systems and laws so that they actually ultimately have our backs. But if we don't do this work now, we're not going to last. We're not going to actually, change will actually outpace protecting what we value. And that's why this is so critical. So again, I just want to conclude by saying, I'm so grateful. None of this would happen without you guys. I mean this. It's true. It's true. Your advocacy keeps pushing us in the right direction. But I'm also really proud that there are local councillors that don't need to be pushed very hard, that are really happy to accept that challenge. And we need to work together to make sure that we support all of our cultural communities so that we celebrate them today, but we also know that there's a future. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I simply want to say that I don't think this is a question of pushing us at this committee. It's really about the shared values that we have, to recognize that places know things. This place, Chinatown, is imbued with all of the knowledge of the people that walked on that place, that worked on that place, the garment buildings that are south of there. All of the work that happened to, I think about Roxana Eng when she was at OISI working with the needle workers, and all of the things that were learned that to me have informed me, and I'm not the local counselor, but just to say that you embody today the knowledge that was built into those bricks in Chinatown. And I think that we're united in that. I want to thank the city staff who truly are passionate about this idea of places as teachers and knowers and all of us as learners. I think that that's important. And you have two counselors here that are committed and pushing as well, because I'd say that this is a shared value. I wish that we were able to do in Toronto, for example, in Montreal, the municipality gets a right of first refusal on buildings, and the provincial government has allowed that. There's a whole different provincial legislative approach to give Montreal more tools, and we are not allowed to do that here. Being a creature of the province means that in the end it's provincial legislation that guides so many things. But that's why this level of government is also so important, because you can come here and speak to us
put in the public realm all of the knowledge that you're bringing and the questions and the desire to keep what is there, what's real, what's true, even as change occurs, and also to be like an embodied reminder of what it is that we have to do together, not just here but elsewhere, because there's a lot of resistance, there's a lot of challenges to the inequality of the way that society and economy works today that you bring, and I just want to thank everyone involved in this for the opportunity to move forward in a good way together around this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers, I'll put the motions on the screen. First up is Councillor Sass's motion. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item, Deputy Mayor Malik. All those come up first. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Wonderful. That's passed. Congrats. All righty. We don't often get a lot of applause in this committee. We don't get it very often, so it's nice to have it once in a while. We're going to go back to 2E 31.4. 3459 and 3461 Dundas Street West zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Perks has an amendment on that item. Staff can display it. You want to speak to it, Councillor Perks?
Yes, so this is replacing the staff recommendation on the permit parking piece with a motion that directs staff to actually do it. Therefore clearing up any mystery that there might be in the community that we haven't made up our mind about this. But I also want to put the chief planner, the head of development review, the clerk's department, and the general manager of transportation on notice. We have been trying to get a routine fix to this problem for years. I will be convening a meeting of all of you within the next couple of weeks, and I look forward to an item coming probably to the Planning and Housing Committee before the end of the term, and I'll let all the members of the committee know when that comes.
Fix it, fix it.
Okay, thank you.
New buildings don't get permits.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Next item is T 31.21. Hoverlink Terminal Proposal Update. No speakers. Deputy Mayor Malik. Item number 21. Husband.
Yes, sorry.
Item 21.
Hoverlink?
Yeah.
Yes. I have some questions for staff.
Okay.
Yeah. Good to go. Okay. Just to start, what is the proposed location of the Hoverlink terminal?
Through the chair, the proposed terminal, docking station, and passenger waiting area is on the island side of the Western Gap, south of the Western Gap.
Okay. So to access this service, passengers would need to get on and off through the Bathurst Quay neighborhood?
Correct, and using the pedestrian tunnel to access.
Okay. Have the traffic impact studies been completed for this proposal yet?
Through the chair, no, they haven't. This has been the subject of some conversation with Hoverlink and the Toronto Port Authority, and they've committed to giving us this information as laid out in the report by January 27.
Okay. As far as we understand, will the Hoverlink route still pass through the Western Channel?
Through the chair, we don't have any information about how the route will work, but it's safe to say that they will be using that channel if that's their proposed location, correct?
Okay, and what have we identified as important considerations or items of concern regarding the use of this channel, including the impact on small watercraft?
Through the chair, water safety is generally within the purview and the mandate of the Toronto Port Authority. But aside from that, we know that based on our understanding of the Western Gap, it's relatively narrow at 120 meters. It's also a fairly busy watercourse that that takes on water traffic from small personal craft to ferries all the way up to commercial craft. So it's fairly narrow and it's fairly busy, would be two observations that we're seeing from that perspective.
Okay. Have noise and environmental impacts been assessed yet for this operation?
Through the chair, no, they have not, but that was part of the similar conversation we had with Hoverlink, requesting both of those studies so we can understand the impacts, especially as they relate to city side.
This isn't the first time the city has kind of encountered a proposal of this kind. To what degree have those previous experiences and lessons from those proposals been looked at?
Through the chair, there's a fairly good number of private proposals and requests that come through to the city. Some of them come to fruition, some of them don't. For this one, we haven't seen this kind of detail coming forward based on its conceptual docking areas. It's very high level, some of the statistics that they're looking into. So we don't have some of the baseline things like drawings, any kind of detail of where the operations will be happening. So it's premature to comment further based on what we have in front of us now.
Okay, so in some of the previous proposals, particularly on the east part of the waterfront, noise and environmental impacts have been raised, and were part of it the stopping and starting, the I guess ripples, waves in the water, what that does for other activity or enjoyment on the waterfront. That has not yet been assessed, so there has been no comparison to previous proposals.
That's correct, through the chair.
So what is the time frame given for the start of the Hoverlink service?
Through the chair, the Hoverlink service, based on our last conversation with them, would be starting in the first quarter of 2028 at the absolute earliest, likely after that. They're very much in the project initiation phase at the moment.
And finally, what is the time frame for staff to return with the updates on the necessary studies by Hoverlink, and what is the rationale for that?
Through the chair, we've requested, and Hoverlink is amenable to providing us the information that we lay out in the report by January 2027. So we're aiming for a report back to this committee in the second quarter of 2027 based on the information we find in those reports, challenges identified, and ongoing discussions with the proponent.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions on this item, you want to speak to it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will move staff recommendations forward for the report as laid out in the report that's in front of us on Hoverlink and its terminal. As I've mentioned before, for any expansion of regional transit on our waterfront, it is essential that it is done in a safe and compatible way. It has been my priority to improve access to the waterfront, the enjoyment, access to the island, and more ways to get in and across our waterfront as well. And there are so many exciting elements to the proposal that is in front of us. And we know an active, safe, green, and accessible waterfront with strategies that create opportunities for everyone to enjoy Toronto's harbor are a shared priority for Torontonians, and we want to make sure that we are doing it well. And this report continues to dig deeper and look with a lot of thought and care about how that is done. It also raises many questions on how this service fits on and along the water, and there are important studies that need to inform that as well to ensure that we are moving forward in the best way possible for a proposal like this. And with also some of the recent information that has come to us about the changes at the island airport, it's critical that these proposals, as always, include Torontonians and that we have a say on our waterfront that we've worked so hard to build, to improve, and continue to grow for all of us, for this generation and also for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Put the item on the screen. No, we don't have to. Okay. All those in favor of staff's recs, I believe. Opposed, carried. Okay, next item is T31.22, 55 Lakeshore Boulevard East, alterations to designated heritage property and authority to amend the heritage easement agreement. No speakers on the item. Deputy Mayor Malik. Item 22.
Thank you very much. I will move staff recommendations. This report updates approvals for alterations to heritage buildings in this waterfront community development site, and these approvals will facilitate the inclusion of a new school on our waterfront, changing its previous location from a high-rise podium into a standalone site. And I'm working to ensure that we use all of our tools and levers to advance this much-needed school. And I do want to thank Heritage Planning staff for their part in this incredible work. Thank you very much.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is T31.23, Bloor Yorkville Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment. There are two speakers on this item. Paul Bedford, are you here?
Paul was here, but he had to go.
Okay. Linda Brett?
They all...
Online, okay. Can you please unmute yourself, Linda?
Okay, I have unmuted myself. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and I'm president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association. The area east of Yonge Street in the report before you is within our footprint. We were invited to participate in the consultation process along with our sister organizations, ABCRA and JIRA, in a collaborative process. I'm speaking today with respect to our collective letter submitted to you. Our specific asks are support and adopt the staff and preservation board's recommendations arising from the Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment. Emphasize the urgency. Number 2, emphasize the urgency of initiating an HCD, the HCD recommendations, starting with the required public meeting, and we'd like that to be held prior to the end of council term. The HCD area proposed is the heart of Yorkville with the entire study area, the old village of Yorkville. The HCD recommended area is small, however, very important to the cultural history of Toronto. The provincial priority meter transportation area requirements put this area under development pressure. Therefore, we see urgency in moving whatever measures are available to protect the integrity of at least the heart of Yorkville. Number 3, as the report was to have formed part of a secondary plan for the old village of Yorkville, we request that the committee direct staff to report back to the committee in its May meeting the status, timelines, and strategy for completing the Bloor Yorkville secondary plan, which has been underway for years. On a personal note, others that should be acknowledged in this heritage study include MPP Wong Tam, who started an inventory of heritage properties in Ward 27 when she became councillor in 2010. So this stuff always goes way, way back. She engaged the late Jane Beecroft, a well-known and loved historian, to compile a list of cultural historic properties within the ward, including the area contained in the study. Her list for this area was provided to Ji Chung, then president of JIRA, and was deposited to the BIA for safekeeping. We were asked to provide lists of properties we thought had cultural heritage attributes in the study area, and Jane's list was retrieved and provided to staff. And that's why I think it's important to acknowledge Jane Beecroft and her work throughout Toronto. Our participation spurred us on to record and write the history of our own area and post it on our website. And this is why I thought it was important to depute today. And I think that I think when you're looking at the Chinatown area and read how comprehensive the CHRA for this area was, you'll get an idea of what is included and how it's completed and how comprehensive it is. Thank you very much for allowing me this time to speak.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
I would move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is T 31.33, 33 Yorkville Avenue, noise exemption permit, Ward 11, refusal appeal. We do have a speaker on this item, I believe. Two speakers. Lycia Velami. Lycia, online.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, yeah, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So I understand the appeal has been withdrawn by the applicant, which is the developer. However, I would like to briefly clarify a few points for the record. The issue is not whether for the noise exceeds ambient levels. The issue with the developer is compliance. The construction has repeatedly started before 9 a.m. on Saturdays and before 7 on weekdays. This error occurred at least 33 Saturdays, the past ones, including the last 6 Saturdays after the last hearing. And this morning, including the city enforcement staff have attended the site on multiple occasions and have observed non-compliance there, including after the last hearing. The permits remain posted on the gates today. I have pictures from today, despite the out being expired. So this creates the appearance of compliance, which non-existent for them. The letter that the lawyer posted refers to ongoing communication with residents. There's no communication appears, so their communication is limited to an association structure where residents are only included if their building participated. So multiple residents confirmed in writing that they are not consulted with their build managers and do not support the Saturday works. So the city staff are aware of this concern. There's a compliance issue. There's no measurement issue about the levels. And important, this pattern continue even after the last here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Deputy? Seeing none.
I just want to say thank you to Galicia for the incredible amount of work she's put into documenting the abuses by this developer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yasemin Kayari, are you here? Yasemin Kayari? Not online, not in the room. Okay. Councilor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, I want to refuse this appeal. This is a situation where 33 Yorkville is being built adjacent to 11 Yorkville, barely out of fingertips reach. And they have, according to the information provided to me by the residents, consistently made noise outside bylaw hours and have refused to comply with the bylaw. So now they're simply arguing that the bylaw doesn't apply to them, that they don't require a permit. For clarity, I want to make sure that we turn down this appeal, and I recognize it'll then be up to the lawyers to deal with what happens next. But the conduct of this developer has been egregious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion to refuse, all in favor? Opposed, carried. It was on the screen earlier. The next item is T 31.41, Market Street temporary street closure. I do have questions of staff. So, set my time. So almost 5 years ago, May 2021, and again in 2023, the request was made to pedestrianize Market Street. And I do have 3 questions. When is staff planning on bringing a report about Market Street forward? What progress has been made in the past 5 years? And lastly, are there any plans to consult with the public about the pedestrianization of Market Street? Who's going to take this one?
Hi there, through the chair. Sorry, could you repeat the first 2 questions?
When is the staff planning on bringing a report about Market Street forward? That's the first question. And second, what progress has been made in the last 5 years?
And the first question, I assume, is the permanent pedestrianization and the permanent closure?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So we don't currently have plans for a report regarding the permanent closure, largely due to the new work required to undertake the feasibility analysis and public consultation required to bring a recommendation on that forward. So we don't currently have that allocated, but we are continuing to work with the BIA and stakeholders on the seasonal closure.
Okay. And so there's no progress then. And so my last question, are there any plans to consult with the public about the pedestrianization of Market Street? I know you've mentioned that you're going to speak to the BIA, but are you speaking to the Res Association and other groups there as well, or plan to?
Through the chair, we haven't yet begun that, but if we were to move forward with any type of planning, design work for the permanent closure, that certainly would be necessary, I think.
Okay, that's my questions for now. I mean, I've been dealing with this for a long time now. Again, Market Street is really a very short street, right? From Front Street to Esplanade. It's really just a block, but a lot of activities do take place there since the temporary closures. We've had patios and patrons and, different things happening there. It's very well utilized as a pedestrian area since the temporary closures of the street in the last couple of years. I do want to thank, though, the advocacy of the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association and the Old Town Toronto BIA, who's really brought their best foot forward in really championing this and making it such a success in the time it's been closed. But again, the intention here, though, is for permanent closure of that street. And that's what we want to get to, hopefully sooner rather than later, because that is the will of the people. And I think, this council needs to, do that. I think it's a good thing. And hopefully others will follow across the city as we do elsewhere in the country and overseas. So with that, I'm going to ask that we move staff's recs. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item T31.43, Ontario Place event, RBC Amphitheater, formerly Budweiser Stage, traffic management strategy. There are no speakers on this item. Deputy Mayor Malik. Okay, questions? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My first question is for staff. Can you outline how Ontario Place RBC stage events have impacted traffic on Lakeshore Boulevard, including pickup and drop-off and pedestrian safety?
Hi, through the chair. RBC Amphitheater has a capacity of about 16,000. And so it does have a lot of people that attend a lot of concerts. In 2026, they had 80 concerts that happened. So there's a lot of people that attended. So there's a lot of information in terms of a lot of issues that have happened along Lakeshore because it's located just south of Lakeshore in the Ontario Place grounds. And so a lot of people when they're attending the concerts, they're dropping their passengers, whether it be rideshare, public, or taxis, on Lakeshore itself, which is a no stopping zone, creating an issue that's unsafe for pedestrians that are going to and from the venue.
Okay, through my motion last year to direct a traffic strategy for events, a pilot was conducted. Can you outline the measures that were taken and the observed results?
Absolutely. So through the chair, so with the issues that we're observing with the pickup and drop-offs, there was a pilot that was conducted back in September. It was on the weekend of the 27th and 28th. And what we did was, it was a consolidated effort from key stakeholders, which included Ontario Place, Live Nation, Toronto Police, MLS, ourselves, as well as Exhibition Place. So as part of that pilot, what we did was we stood up a command center through Exhibition Place, and Live Nation implemented temporary fencing along Lakeshore Boulevard, and as well as they barreled off a curb lane, a dedicated curb lane, and this was to support the pickup drop-off within the Ontario Place grounds. In addition to that, There was Toronto Police Services support through enforcement, parking enforcement, to enforce the no stopping bylaws on Lakeshore Boulevard. They also provided pay duty officers to patrol Lakeshore Boulevard during the event to provide a visual deterrence so that people considering stopping on Lakeshore would not do so. In terms of MLS, they engaged all the rideshare companies and informed them of the pilot, as well as supplied officers to enforce the area. In terms of transportation services, we provided traffic agents at key intersections. We also had staffing in our congestion management center to monitor the situation, make signal timing adjustments in real time. We also pushed out the information regarding the pilot through our comms department and through our digital signboards.
Okay, thank you very much. That's appreciated, and I guess building on that this year, what are the measures that have been committed to by RBC stage on traffic management?
Yeah, so through the chair, RBC Live Nation basically has committed in developing a traffic management plan strategy, leveraging the lessons learned from the pilot last year and utilizing, considering the information from the province in terms of the spacing that they have available to conduct the pickup drop-off. So we're hoping to get a plan shortly on their strategies for this year.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you want to do with this item?
I have motions. A motion.
Okay.
So I will be moving a motion for staff reporting back on updated plans for the 2026 season, and that an update report in Q1 of 2027 is provided on an assessment of the 2026 traffic management at Ontario Place RBC stage events, and confirming a strategy for the 2027 season following that. As we know, Lakeshore Boulevard West is an incredibly busy transportation corridor. The site is also close to Exhibition Place, which in addition to its trade shows and conventions, hosts sporting events and signature events such as the Canadian National Exhibition, the Toronto Caribbean Festival, that generate an incredible amount of visitors and a significant amount of activity when it comes to transportation and traffic. And these factors definitely, layer onto the issues faced with concert events, pickup and drop off, very often happening at the same time. We've heard many times about the experience of attending events there, and we want to make sure that everyone who is attending a concert, being part of these incredible events in the city, that your evening or your afternoon doesn't end with some of the chaos that we have seen previously on Lakeshore Boulevard. Particularly when it comes to pedestrian safety and traffic, they need to be managed from the site of these events, right from the arrival to the exit. And the pilot last year showed the benefits of a dedicated strategy to manage pickup and drop-offs in particular. Due to the lack of information about Ontario Place construction plans, the 2026 strategy framework still remains with a number of question marks and not quite complete. And my motions ask staff to continue to work with Live Nation to confirm these plans and to ensure there is an update next year on outcomes, and that we have some established and predictable plans for the following season so that everyone who is coming to our waterfront is able to enjoy it from start to finish, and that it is a place that we want to return to again and again. I will continue to work to ensure that RBC stage events are successful, including safe traffic management for people, hopefully coming on transit, biking, walking, and driving as well.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the recommendation? Opposed? Carried. T 31.44, traffic management in Ward 14 related to the King Street East and Church Street intersection project, deferred many times. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much for your editorial comment, because I'll be doing it once more. So now we have a congestion officer who'll be looking at this.
Okay, we're deferring into the next council. Okay. Next TYCC meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.45, vehicle width restriction, public lane south of Gerard Street East, west of Bolton Avenue, and public lane east of Broadview Avenue, south of Gerard Street East. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Okay.
Of a really big bollard, extra large.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm going to touch that one. T 31.46, vehicle width restriction, public lane system bounded by Beaver Avenue, Lightbourne Avenue, Branson Avenue, and Primrose Avenue. Councilor Bravo.
I'd like to support the staff. I'd like to support the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 31.50, Archer Street Parking Amendment. Councilor Bravo.
Good, I didn't turn my mic off. I'd like to support the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Does somebody have Councilor Bradford's item? You do? Okay, T 31.52, Westview Boulevard Parking Amendments. Councilor Perks, on behalf of Councilor Bradford.
Take note. I'm about to move Councilor Bradford's item.
Okay,
TE 31.52, Westview Boulevard Parking Amendments. I would like to move the recommendations in the councillor's letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Very big of you. T 31.53, Traffic and Parking Amendments, Toronto Transit Commission, TTC Traction Power Upgrade. I just want to thank the McGill-Granby Village Residents Association, and the Downtown Young BIA, and the TTC and Transportation Services for their work to resolve the outstanding issues that we've been talking about for the last few months now. And a special shout out to Clive Scott with the TTC for also supporting this file. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 31.54, Lakeshore Boulevard East, mid-block pedestrianization, or pedestrian and cyclist traffic control signal in public realm improvement. Councilor Fletcher and Malik.
Sorry, I'd just like to send that without recommendations. This is a little fuzzy. It's in 2 wards, and it's not clear to me at the moment, so we can get that sorted at council.
Okay, so we're going to move to council with the recs. All those in favor?
54 is delegated.
Oh, it's delegated.
It's delegated, so do you want?
You can refer it back here, or?
Some way to, it's on Lakeshore Boulevard, and there is a large sign there.
You had a motion, so. Want to send it, we can send it forward without rec if you want.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
You want to your mic then?
The staff recommendations were delegated to Toronto East Community Council, so the staff want to speak whether or not the council has the authority to do this.
Well,
Staff want to respond?
how can we get it there?
Apologies, what was the question?
The staff recommendations before Community Council are delegated. You're asking Toronto and Eastern Community Council to install mid-block pedestrian things. So now
over 2 wards.
No, it matters whether or not the item is delegated, not that it's because you're still both within the Toronto.
Just like to get it there.
District.
How about if they let us know how to get that there? Yes.
Through the chair, since there's no TTC service, authority for this matter is delegated to Community Council.
I understand that. My question is, how are we moving it to council? Because it's quite a complicated plan. I think we'd like to get the signal in. It's the bike lane, it's everything. It's tied to the Gardner takedown. It's actually takedown.
Okay, we'll say.
And I would say, and provide a status report of the Gardner, the Lakeshore Boulevard and the Gardner takedown at the same time. Of course she's got it.
Okay, so staff is saying that we'll send it to council without recs, and if there's an issue, they could send it back to TOICC.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that.
We'll get the clerk to fix it. Pardon? Yeah. I'll ask her.
Okay, all those in favor of deferring to referring to council without recs? All in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. T 31.59, Gamble Avenue traffic calming. Councilor Fletcher. Councilor Fletcher.
I'm sorry.
Item 59.
Yes, that is to move the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Stall.
Opposed, carried. T 31.60, appointment of public members to the Moss Park Arena Board. I do have a motion. I want to thank everyone who applied for the vacant positions. And I'm happy to request that the committee only appoint Karen Fritzler, who's actually the current chair of the Moss Park Arena Board, and she's doing a great job, along with her colleagues on the Arena Board. So I want to thank them for all the work that they're doing and continue to do. And the community is also very happy with what's been going on there as well.
Good. Congratulations.
But on the request of the, thank you. On the request of the members of the board, though, they do say here that there is a gap in regards to someone with fundraising, legal, and HR experience, and they would like us to actually find someone that fits that that mold, I'm going to say, with those experiences. So I'm going to ask that staff will continue to work and try to find someone that meets those criteria. So with that, I'd like to move my amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I'm going to do the new items now. T 31.64, establishing a commercial loading zone on Salem Avenue. Councilor Bravo. Item 64. It's a new item.
Sorry, Chair, I was talking to my colleague. I'd like to move the recommendations.
Disregard. It's already been adopted. T 31.70, Davies Avenue and Carroll Street parking amendment. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to move that recommendation to make that permanent, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.71, Camberwell Road parking and traffic amendments. Councilor Matlow.
I move my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.72, implementation of a commercial loading zone on Queen Street East. Councilor Fletcher.
So I'm moving this on behalf of staff to maintain parking while they're doing the laneway. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 31.73, building new infrastructure in Liberty Village by advancing Liberty New Street in alignment with the opening of Exhibition Station. Premier Malik.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the motion in my letter. Just speak to this very, very briefly. We know the importance of addressing traffic congestion in Liberty Village and ensuring that the neighborhood is a livable place. It's one of the reasons I moved forward my Liberty Village Traffic Action Plan in the summer of 2024, where traffic had reached a crisis point in the neighborhood, partly as a result of the construction on King Street West. And we continue to iterate on this plan with city staff and seeing progress and improvements each season. An enduring commitment to the community over many years has been the promise of a new road. For folks who might be familiar with Liberty Village, with such an amazing neighborhood and such incredible density, it is unbelievable that there is only one main road in and out of that community. A new east-west connection to ease the existing and considerable pressures on East Liberty and Liberty Street, the only road connecting this community, and the residents and local businesses that call it home, as well as visitors enjoying games and activities either nearby at Exhibition Place, BMO Field, Coca-Cola Coliseum, or even the Rogers Center. I'm committed to ensuring that we continue to move forward this important piece of work, and it has been a commitment of mine to ensure that we get a time frame and a path forward on how this road becomes a reality. And holding Metrolinx accountable to our shared commitment of making sure this critical piece of infrastructure is ready for when Exhibition Station opens. This hard infrastructure of a new road is critical to meet and match the demands on infrastructure and new development, and we know that that's what it requires. In addition to the infrastructure of community amenities and services that this neighborhood has been long awaiting and that we are looking to address through the Liberty for All neighborhood plan. And through the engagement that we've had on the Ontario Line construction, I do feel encouraged and confident that we can be at the table with Metrolinx to have greater accountability and ensure that the path on this road is not delayed any longer or taken off course, and ensuring that the city is reporting back as soon as possible on the plan for the delivery of this work. Thank you.
Thank you. And going to move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it, right? Okay, so now the confirmatory bills.
No, I do have the Metrolinx, Joe Schuster.
I was told that was not coming. Was going to
Well, we can't do that through here?
Well, we could have, but we never received it. I was told that it was council.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was coming from here to council.
They never sent it back to us.
Okay, confirmatory bills. Confirmatory bills be to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 30 on February 27, 2026, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act in 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That bills 295 to 233, 295 to 322, and Bill 324 prepared for the April 1st, 2026 meeting 31 of the Toronto East York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And one more bill. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 31st on October 31st, April 1st, 2006, oh my God, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you to staff and thank you to my colleagues, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Good job, Chair.
Very fast.